All right then. Welcome everybody to the stream. Hope we're all having a good, lovely day. I just pressed completely the wrong button. But yeah. Just got home, pretty much. Got home, started the stream, grabbed a bite to eat. And yeah, here we are. Back with some more Tarvelard. The immediate goal is to get to 125 today, because at 125 we unlock basically the remaining content. At 125 we are 5 levels within 130, which means, you know, there are no quests that we are unable to actually access because it is 5 levels. So with us being at 123 at the time, it was 128 was the maximum we could do, 124 means 129. The next content is 130, so we need to push that little bit extra into 130 today. Oh, nice. An Ithalan shard out the first chest. I'm surprised I did that in the Morgul, like the actual Minas Morgul area, like the other day. I was looking for some logs, actually. And I was looking on the wiki, and it said, oh, hey, you can get those from the Minas Morgul chests. And I went, oh, cool, I can, you know, survive that area relatively well. So let's go do that. And then, yeah. But congratulations. I'm interested to see if there's going to be, like, Ithalan shards are going to be useful, like, used to craft stuff in, like, the new expansion, or if they're going to make another shard. And if so, what the other shards are going to be. Because I'm going to spend quite a few on the, like, helmet that I'm getting and my, my chest plate and stuff. And my pocket item. I'm spending, like, I think at least 45, I think, in the near future. And I have, like, 70. But it'll be interesting to see if those are going to basically be useless. Or if there's actually going to be a, you know,
what can I do for
reason
you?
behind it. Or a thing behind it. Because, yeah, how many have I got? I got, like, 70-something, right? 72. So, yeah, we'll see. Though, to be fair, like, Dwarves shards aren't exactly useless. And also, it'd be interesting to see, like, what was it? Oh, yeah, so the like, chest that I have, right, that goes with the little box I have that gives me free, like, you know, extra 5 shards, basically. I wonder if that'll get updated. That'll be interesting to see. Right, so first things first, we have some bonus experience. I think the idea is if I use this, we basically have maxed out double experience for the rest of this level. I think if we go do missions, we're probably going to be decently well off. So let's go do that. If I actually go up to here... Okay, I'm 2 out of 4. So we'll be 3 out of 4 today, and that means then tomorrow... we should get up to 4 out of 4, which gives us an extra 300 motes, which isn't the most useful in the world, but it's better than nothing, I guess. So yeah, we'll do that. I also want to go Rivendell at some point because I'm interested in... yeah, I'm interested in... like the 120 ring, you know, picking that up. But I guess we'll have to see how that goes. I'll do 3 here and then I'll jump over, I think. But I like getting these motes and stuff. Abandoned supplies. I don't remember this one, but... And luckily, because we're not doing the double, like, quadruple experience thing, because I haven't got an extra one that I want it. Like, I do have 5 double XP things, but I don't want to use those right now, because they're not from, like... You know, they're from the expansion thingy, which I don't want to use. And also, I don't think we need it too bad. But I can just complete quests now, and I don't have to hold 8 or 10 of them or whatever. It's sad when Quick Shot does more damage than Penetrating Shot. But yeah, hopefully 125, it shouldn't be too difficult. Maybe 126 or 27. No, isn't there normally one up here? Yeah, 126 or 27 is kind of a nice goal, I think, which means then tomorrow, if we get to 127 today, that means 3 levels tomorrow, and then sort of after that is just a bit of focusing on actual, you know, gearing for the rest of tomorrow. If I need to as well, I'm thinking about getting double XP times for tomorrow. Maybe opening a couple of shards up, or like making a couple characters like Bjornings, getting them to level 10, because the difference between getting them to level 10 and getting them to level 20 is quite a significant amount of time and also money. Like I think getting them to level 10, the majority of the issue per se is like the biggest time sink of that is getting them through the intro. Especially if I go and get, you know, Rimulus, which is on my second account, to just, you know, take them through Chetwood and complete the Brigands, you know, with the double XP time or whatever. Like, that shouldn't take any time, barely. And then we can just get to level 10, remake that character and what have you. Because Destiny points, I'm just using, because getting them to level 20 is super easy. In fact, I could just remake all my Bjornings. And then I get 25. It's something I thought about. If I did my Bjornings, I got 25 thingies, and that would be, you know, 5 levels of double. Oh wow, the lag there, that was fun. What happened there? That was peculiar. But yeah, here's a thought. I mean, if we were to get to 127, that's only 15. That's not terrible. It's actually only 12, depending on how far you get into the level, because you get 20% from VIP, then I get one more, you know, perk 1 tomorrow, and then yeah, and we only have to do 13. Which, if we say it takes 15 minutes, you know, I can get 4 an hour, 3 hours, near enough of work. Three hours of work, and then that doubles our thing for however long it takes to get to 130. I'm actually curious, or not curious necessarily, but interested in the idea of how many hours have I logged into Lotro? Oh, far too many. It's difficult to tell now because, so my Steam is only like 100 hours, but that's because I don't play on Steam anymore. I mean, this character alone is 1 week, 2 days, 23 hours. So basically 1 week, 3 days on this character. Palpatine probably has closer to half a month. Reneborn was Vallard, so however long that took. I don't even know how much Tarvelard from Arkenstone would be. Probably over like a month, I think, of playtime just on that character. Ennis for Eel is probably the same. Like, it's kind of scary to try and think about how much time. But I mean, it's been like 9 years, so it's not... It's a lot of time, but over a very long amount of time. Like, it's not, you know, 12, 13, 14 hours a day. Though to be fair, it's more like... I guess I probably average, I would say, like 4 hours maybe a day. If we're counting, like, streaming 6 hours, plus potentially... You know, not streaming some days lowers that number down. It'd be crazy to think. Like, I used to have a plugin, or not a plugin, not a plugin, but a Chrome extension that showed YouTube like playlist links. Like, you would, you know, go into a playlist on YouTube and it will tell you how long the playlist was. And it wasn't just for my stuff. It was, you know, it's kind of interesting to be like, oh, how long is, you know, when I kind of used to watch more like playthrough-y stuff of games, it was, you know, interesting to be like, oh, how long does this take? You know, how long is this, you know, this playlist? And I think my like 600 episode series thing. I don't know if it just broke or if it was because of that, but it doesn't actually display properly now. Because I think it's if it goes over a week. I think I have over a week of videos in time-wise. Which is kind of weird to think. I mean, it's like 700, 800 videos. But I mean, over time, there were times when I got burnt out. I've never fully quit the game. I had like a 3-month period of time where I didn't play it, but that wasn't necessarily because of the game. It was more personal problems, like life issues. I don't know what it is about Lotro specifically, so should just enjoy it. Because I don't think I'm not the sort of person as well that's just like, I don't know how you describe it, but like fanboy sort of thing. Like, if anything, I'm very critical of this game, or at least the company necessarily. So I think it's not like blindly. Are they gonna? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really play many games except this. I guess because I haven't really got the time anymore. Like, I could, don't get me wrong, I could go play something else. Like, the amount of times I've played, I really like playing, like, Hades and stuff, and, yeah, which is probably, Hades is probably, like, the newest game I've played. And even that isn't, like, relatively new. An even larger beast. Oh, no. Yeah, I've been asked about New World. Someone I work with was asking me about New World. So, like, oh, you play, like, Lotro. Like, have you thought about playing New World? I don't know. I feel like with other MMOs, I just don't have enough time to invest myself into a different MMO. Like Final Fantasy 14, I still haven't played that. I meant to, and then it wouldn't let me, like, make a character. And then I was just like, oh, now I can't be bothered. Which is probably quite a lazy way of thinking about it, but hey, that's the truth. I feel like there's something good about this, at least, is for all its faults and stuff. Like, there is just so much here that there's not really a point where I just hit a wall. Like, even if I, you know, I leveled up to, you know, Palpatine to 130, and then suddenly I'm on this other character, but I'm doing things slightly differently, so it's quite nice. And then, you know, I also like to challenge myself in a sense. I've got a character that I want to farm only to 130, which is very, like, you know, boring from the sound of it, but it's also going to make me a lot of money just passively, relatively passively. Then the idea of doing missions only, just to be curious of, yeah. I also think making, like, videos and streaming it is something that helped me kind of stay interested. I wonder if I can, because he doesn't aggro me straight away, he just gets really annoyed. So I wonder if I could do this. But ESO was one of those things, I don't know why I never got into it, because it seemed like exactly the game I wanted. Because when I was younger, and I played Oblivion, I love Oblivion. For all its faults as a Bethesda game, I do like Oblivion. I still personally prefer Oblivion over Skyrim, personally. I think they're both good games. I just think me playing them, I can go back to Oblivion and still find something new, it feels like. Whereas I feel like, due to videos and stuff, Skyrim is, I just know everything, and it's become very repetitive and same pathway, whereas I still feel like I choose different decisions in Oblivion and stuff I don't know. But when I was younger, I was always like, they should make a multiplayer Elder Scrolls game. That would be great. Imagine that. And then they did it, and I never played it. Which was just peculiar. Maybe because I was playing this game. I don't know. How much experience are we getting? 500,000? Okay, so 2 more missions and we essentially level up. So we'll go do 7 and 1. Wait. 7 and 1? 7, 8? 1 is just talking. 7 is the easiest. 8 you actually have to do stuff. Runekeeper's the easiest for it, in my opinion. Oh. I have a code for ESO. Like 60 days or something of premium. Something like that. Can't remember. And I've got like a code for a pet. That was the thing I have. This is perfect though, because we want to go check 120 rings of agility. It's not much more physical mastery, but we do get quite a significant bit more crit, though lack of fate, and then agility, vitality. I'm probably going to go for that. I might even switch out the Scarhold ring, because we get more vitality, and we probably get more physical mastery. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'll probably get that, because I've already got a ton of tokens of further adventure, and then at the very end we'll probably go with this one, just as a placeholder ring for a bit. But let's do 7. 10's pretty easy as well, but 7's super
will need a
simple.
Distraction if you are to rescue Bilbo from Goblin Town. I will
So yeah,
provide it.
do that, which should just increase our crit by 8k. Physical mastery by 2k, our health by 4k. So yeah, overall just an upgrade for pretty much free. I do enough of these missions where I just passively make the Bilbo coins back. So this is something I do with some of my Bjornings, is come over here, do the 10 missions, and then, you know, the idea would be, yeah, do these 10 missions, takes half an hour. Do them on another character, takes half an hour. Do them on a third character, half an hour, hour and a half later. Go back to the first character, you know, get 5 more done in Elderslade. And then, yeah, you got 15, and you've got your missions done. Pretty simple. Right, let's get this one done, and then I need to run off for a second, real quick, and we will get back into the next mission after that, because I don't think this is going to level us up, but a second one should, or maybe a third, but these are all pretty quick, it shouldn't matter. I need to find out what the quickest Erebor ones are, because I don't ever go to Erebor. I think they're the worst missions of the set, or of the 4 sets. Hey, we got 4 from that. We also get 250 silver. Even just for the silver, it's worth it. Not a lot, but it's better than nothing. Hey, that's my outfit. How dare you? Cool. 484. Ooh, yeah. So 484 is with double. We're going to get 485k for 125, which means we wouldn't get that even if it was doubled. But we only got 381 doubled, so that's kind of annoying. Right, though. I need to run off for a second. I'll be right back. And we'll do 2 more missions. BRB. And we're back. Let's get straight into it and just, I don't know. I feel like I should have been at Trestle Bridge for that last couple of minutes, because Trestle Bridge, the Trouble on the Brandywine, you can technically go AFK on it and not fight any enemies until... See, it's weird. So I wanted to find a way that you can get away without killing any enemies. And you can technically do that. You can go the entire span of the mission, potentially killing, I think, 1 enemy or 0 enemies. Depends on the way it works. Which is cool. But then at the very end, they all trigger. So I think technically if you died, then reset, you would be able to, like, leave the instance. And then not have to fight anybody. But yeah. I forgot, like, I'm the one who's probably seen that the most, that emote, and I kind of forgot about the amount of wrinkles that he has on his forehead. Damn. That Uruk. I love how that just came from a joke. It was fun. But this one's super easy. I mean, to be fair, we don't even have to do a mission for the next one. We could just literally kill an enemy. In fact, doing a normal mission would actually give us probably the experience that we need in order to, like, actually level up. But because we've not done that, then there isn't. I guess I could do a really quick school run at 121. Try and get a teal thingy. That would give us a nice experience to get to 125 and then just go Scarhold, right? That's the idea. I will always be critical of the fact there is no standing animation for Glorfindel. Just make him stand. Why is he sitting in the first place? Just make him stood there. That's all you've got to do. So weird. I don't understand you, SSG. You confuse me. But yeah, the other really nice thing about these tokens of adventure, kind of, is, I think if we find it, it should be in here, Troll Shores. Yeah, you get like an extra 30, and since they're account bound, yeah, you get an extra 30 for your account every time you complete all 10. Which means if I go on any normal, you know, or any new character, right? If I go and farm on a new Bjorning or whatever, this, you know, content, then it's really easy because all that we need to do is just, you know, do 10 of those. We get 30 more, plus whatever we get from actually completing the missions, and we get a lot. These guys take forever to kill for some reason. These guys not so much. I don't know why. Are these guys a lower level? No, these are 121 as well. Sometimes they're 120. Because they're like grey. At least when I'm playing on like my main characters. But the fun thing is, if we get 126 today, we get our new weapon upgrade. So that's cool. And then we can actually start focusing on our new bow. Or our new sword. Because we've got 2 swords, is the idea. And one's going to be for single target content, one's going to be for AoE content. All sort of stuff like general... One's going to be like more bossing, and one's going to be more like general use, I'm guessing, is kind of the idea. Right? And... oh, the lag, I do not like. But yeah, I do not like that. Can you die, please? Thank you. You're the chief warrior. Wait, what? Am I confused? I think I'm confused. Okay, so I get trap damage, like, rare, heritage rune, and some money. But yeah, it would be fun, you know, getting to 126, and then we get that new bow upgrade. It's a significant damage upgrade as well. Oh, damn. The amount of damage plus, like, so you get all the experience, and also the, this here is a funnel thing for animations and lag. Okay, so, nice for us to get that bit of mail, because that kind of leads us to the next area, right? So we have Call to the North, but then we also have a request from Durin, right, is the idea. So it's like, hey, now you should go, you know, this is the idea. This is the new content. But this one, talk to Grimbjorn, and then I think that's actually content we want to go do, like pretty easy content. That should give us a decent amount of experience. Wow, I just died. That's fun. I don't normally die to him. Okay, let's try that again. Like, I didn't die last time. I'm not allowed to die. Yeah, so I do have to wait till 126. I knew that already. Just thought I'd double check. I mean, luckily everything else is fine. But I do want that chest, because it generally seems to give me a teal, which is at least something. Maybe I was just too slow, or maybe I didn't let myself regen enough. Because I like to do that, you know, high damage hit first. And normally it's fine. I have to heal, but it's not a huge issue. Maybe that was something I missed. Or maybe we were just unlucky and he did more damage than I expected. I also should have hit the merciful shot on him, I think. Because he was over 70. I love it being over 70 rather than 50 now. I can't remember what it is that does that. But, something. Maybe here? Oh, damn. I didn't even realize. Plus 50 range. Yeah. Yeah, this one's Swift Mercy. Lowers the focus cost of Merciful Shot by 1 point per use. So the idea is go to Swift Bow into here. Maybe? Yeah. Cool. There we are. That's better. He does a lot of damage. That's kind of annoying. Oh, I got block chance. See, I am getting teals, which is something nice at least. So eventually we'll get something good. But this is more a casual thing that I just do once in a while. Not something serious where I'm trying to get, like, specific ones. And I guess it's nice that I can just deconstruct these. Like, oh, block chance, I don't really want that, so let's just deconstruct that. Trap damage, don't really want it, so let's deconstruct it. And get some extra ancient script out of it. And that also helps out my other characters. I've only got 480, but helps out, like, my burglar, for example, when I want to go do something about him. So, Wells of Langflood, Call to the North. We want to go to Grimbjorn. So let's go to Bree, would probably be the best. I'm guessing.
you need.
Cool. And yeah, that should give me, it's a 130 quest. So these should give me a lot of experience. Limlock should also give me a lot of experience. And then doing all those quests will unlock me the Wilderlands. No, Wilderlands. I think it's, Wilderlands dailies. And also, therefore, will get me goal marks, northern goal marks rather, which will then also allow me to buy any jewelry that I might potentially need to buy if my earrings or rings or what have you are not as good as I'd like them to be. So, all round, just good stuff. So I'll play a little bit of this before going straight into Dwarves, I think. I do like this content. Okay.
You will help us face our foes, yes?
Beyonding us. Yeah, this is, I think, pretty easy 130 content. There's nothing available now that we can't do. Like, there's no 131 quests that I know of. But yeah. We should have a Leah thread somewhere nearby in the nearish future. In fact, I think literally next quest. I think we are far enough away where he, like, shows up or something. Or a scholar's request, yeah. So he now, like, shows up over here. Right? Here he is. Maybe he was there before and I just didn't notice. He wasn't on this side. I was only looking that side. So.
Greetings. I am Leothred.
But stuff like this. How much we're getting? 162k without double. That would be 360 something. Which isn't as much as we were getting, to be fair. But that's a kind of a vector quest, in a sense. Now, this one should be about the same. But then the next one, hopefully, is at least something.
You will guide me then. Splendid.
194.
I hope that I'm not a burden to you.
And then let's go down to Holtfist. Right. Let's also have a look at our Hobbit gift. 100 virtual experience and a heritage rune for 67,000. That would really suck if they were, like, for real getting rid of those, like, and there wasn't kind of a reason to hold on to them.
Do what you can.
I don't think it's, like, I don't know. It feels weird. But, whatever works. Okay. Didn't we go down here one time before? Yeah, I think we had to, like, search here for a second or something. Oh, no. No, that was something. We went up here because there was thoughts that it would be the Grims or whatever. Cool. And then we sort of get pushed up to the Wells of Langflood, which should take us to Limlock, and then Thokvist, and also Hlithseld, and maybe even Lindelby, which is a lot of relatively simple quests, which hopefully then give us a decent amount of experience.
The story of my people begins with King Marhari of the North.
And some good gear as well. Because I'm pretty sure the gear from here is relatively decent. If I remember correctly. At the very most, it gives us, I think gives us a essence, right? Oh, someone is here. What level are you? 130? We got Lawmaster. Help me. Help me, Lawmaster. These guys should be relatively easy. It's a one 120 enemies. Oh. I feel slightly judged. I don't know if that makes sense saying this, but I wasn't like... I was just using quick shot. But I don't know if someone's going to look at me and be like, he doesn't even know how to play. Like, I swear I do. I understand how this class works, I swear. Come on. There we go.
Frumgar received an ancient sword, Rothblada, from Kuranir the White.
Okay.
Frumgar was victorious.
So, yeah, 324,000 experience for, like, that. You know, that's very simple, you know, not difficult content. So it's nice, you know. Should help us decently so for the whole leveling thing. Hopefully. Are these enemies down here that work? Do they count? Seems they do. Perfect. Okay. Oh yeah, do I have to go in here? Yes.
Frumgar named his son Frey.
Oh yeah, another
Swore he would
324
not know
for
the
that.
same sorrow when he was grown.
Easy.
Perhaps it would be
I might
enough
desperate
to
fly it out of here.
check in with Grimdale.
I want to see where that takes me. Hopefully near halt this. Relatively close. Easier than... Well, okay. For here, it probably wasn't worth it. If I was over here and it took me up here, certainly think it's worth it. I'd love to get Desperate Flight down. I wonder if it is worth me getting, like, a third sword, you know? Like, the idea of... Yeah, like, getting a third sword. Third legendary sword, right? And the idea behind it would be something along the lines of...
There is always more to be done.
You know, trying to get cooldowns on everything. Like a utility sword, almost. So, as, you know, I don't know. I don't think Desperate Flight has a cooldown. But let's say it did. Or, you know, switching to that out of combat. Getting that cooldown down to as low as possible. And then switching back. Because I think there's a similar thing with Warden switching to the blue line. And getting a cooldown lowered.
You have
Okay.
returned.
So he wants me to do... Yeah, I don't think in the sake of, like... I don't think it would be, like, too useful for this. I think Desperate Flight used to have something like that, though. Don't I already have... Haven't I already done these quests? Chopping wood. Catching chickens, picking berries. Oh, no, I haven't done these. There's so many kind of mundane, you know, kind of quests in this area. I don't know if mundane is the best way of describing it. Very simple. It's like, hey, go collect some firewood. Go collect some berries and find those chickens that we lost. It feels weird. Yeah, I know how, like, obviously you can't do it in combat. It would just be nice if there was some more utility stuff. Because that used to, like, I'm pretty sure that's a thing with Warden, like, blue line. For, isn't it a thing, I can't remember the skill name, but there's a skill where if you hit under, like, 20% of your health, it puts up 50% of your health. Something like that. And then for some reason I had that trigger twice. I don't know why, but I just somehow randomly had that trigger twice and got 100% of my morale back. Now, what I think I'll do is I'm just going to carry a fishing rod and go into combat with that. That'll be my main problem. Forgetting I'm using a fishing rod. I wish you could zoom in to this area. I'm hoping these give the same amount of experience-ish. Because that'll be like 1 million experience. 1.2 million, I think. Near enough. No, well, it's more like 1.6 million, right? Closer to. But I guess some, like, in the context of Desperate Flight, the whole kind of point of Desperate Flight is in combat, right? I use it mostly as I need to get away and I'm too lazy to walk. Like, oh, I don't want to walk all the way from the top of Minas Tirith to the bottom of Minas Tirith. Minas Morgul, rather. So I'm going to use that and it takes me to the Stable Master. That is like my main use for Desperate Play at this current moment. Which is slightly funny. Why do I deal such low damage in epic battles? Let's see. New legendary weapon? That'll be why. Surprised that's not fixed yet. Hopefully that gets fixed by Wednesday. Isn't this a real pain, these chickens? I remember this being a pain. Either that or it was the one in Lindenville, the whatever it's called. 30.3.2. What's that, like 2 weeks then? Assuming. I'd really like if it was just like I don't know. Is it the sort of thing that requires a, like, I don't know. I understand they do the weekly resets and stuff and that's like the perfect opportunity, but I feel like there's some important things where it'd be nice to be like, we're fixing it now. There is an update. Servers need to come down for like, I don't know, an hour. And they fix like major things. I know people will probably get upset with it because it's outside of the regularly scheduled time. Stuff like that. I know epic battles aren't like major content anymore, but it would be nice for them to just be like, yeah, we're fixing it, right? Sorted. Done. You don't need a patch number for it, just hot fix. Cold fix. Whatever. Eventually I'm going to complete Pesky Bugs. So we're going to get into, you know, 30.3.2.2.1.4.6.8.9, 0.7. And that's all one number. Alright, let's find some wood. How do I start typing? I need to... Is there a way I can unbind that? Does enter technically bind to... like... the chat? Because I really love to unbind enter. Nope. Okay. Well, that's kind of annoying. Because all that happens is I press enter, and then I'm like trying to type, like I just do that. And then I'm like, oh, why am I not moving around? Because sometimes, I don't know if I'm the only person that does this, I move around with the mouse a lot, but I will also hold W. So that I can like then switch to different keys and, you know, still keep moving. Don't know if I'm the only one that does that. But yeah. Do I just have to chop wood? But yeah, it just means that I type W a lot. I'm gonna inspect again. They got a new thingy. I'm proud. Why am I proud of them? I don't know. Is that a... That's a Ramachant thing, isn't it? Thing I like to do. I don't know why. Okay, another chicken. And I'm hoping the chopping wood thing is in here. And that these give decent amount of experience. I'm expecting them to kind of give 100k-ish rather than 300k because there's 3 of them. And the total be 300k. But 108, 194. Okay. That kind of makes sense. Where's chopping wood, though? Here's some. Just some scattered wood around. But yeah, like 600k experience for some very mundane, simple things. I'm happy with that. I think that's alright. I'm not going to complain. It's actually more than I expected, so that's good. And one more, please. There we are. Big old circle. Apparently there's one over here as well, but whatever. Cool. Another 200k. And then give the wild berries to Goethe at the Bjorninghus. Cool. And then do you give me 300k or? No, okay, so I got 800,000 total. That's not bad by any means. Obviously, it is like 8 million experience, so that's going to be like, you know, 30 quests. But, wow. Just dies. Just died right in front of me.
Oh, no.
All right.
If Grimbayorn allows me to continue, then continue I shall.
Okay, to the Karok we go to light a candle. And then we've got to go to, I think, to the top of it or something, if I remember correctly. Or that might be another quest. I can't quite remember. But yeah, as I said, this stuff is relatively simple. We get the Northern Goal Marks, which is useful. I'm pretty sure the Goal Marks are, yeah, bind to character, which is fine. So we actually want to make as many of those as possible for the moment, just because I think we're fine. If I remember correctly, doing Elder Slade content, just like the main epic quest, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, basically, that gives us better jewelry. I think 426 jewelry compared to 418 jewelry, which is the Wilderlands dailies. However, it's still good to do as a backup. Pretty sure this is not going to help, but, you know. That's to say that I tried. Okay. Travel to Limlook. I think is the way it's supposed to be pronounced. So let's pronounce it that way. Wow, rude. Extremely rude. What's trying to attack me now? A badger. Surprisingly, did not one-shot me off my horse. I am honestly surprised that's the case. However, that one did. Wasn't even touching my keyboard at the time. Right. Okay, now we can actually have sacrifice on there, so that's fine. Because now we should not be knocked over, hopefully. But this is good because Limlock is pretty close, which is nice. And also unlocks that for later. So when we go to... So for the actual quest, we should go up to... It's kind of like by here, right? By Thlyth Then we should be able to go straight to Limlock. From there, I think. If not, we can also unlock Thokvist from this content, which then means we can just kind of push forward with it. Only worry is stuff like this mission or this quest and stuff will they'll give us gear that we can't use, right? Because it will give us stuff that's all 130. I am overshooting by far. Yeah, stuff like fortifying Limlock and stuff. That's going to be difficult when we actually have to start killing enemies that are 5 levels above us. But which of these give us gear? Is there any of them? Isn't it Untamed Wilds? Some of them might give us new thingies as well. Whatever it's called. Can't think of the word. Some of them might give us like essence boxes, right? And just it doesn't show on the wiki. I like this helmet though. Helmet of the Limlock Guard. It's worse. Okay. So we get more agility more vitality, and we get an essence slot. But I'm pretty sure just the crafted helmet is so much better. There's no point in not going for it. Well, I'm obviously going to go for the crafted helmet, but my point is, wow, I cannot see a thing. The point is more, is it worth going through the effort to, yeah.
What is it?
Okay. 324 for what is basically a vector. Now, I don't want to do too much of this content, I don't think, because I think we'll struggle. So we'll probably do this, and then maybe switch back to Scarhold type stuff. But at least this way we can just come back to here. Yeah, I don't want to do all these for the minute, just because it's going to be a pain at our level. But 194, 324, you know.
I have slain goblins today. Can you say the same?
So, oh wait, whoa. What way do you have quests? What's going on?
You are heading to Limloak, yes? I will accompany you.
I'm sorry, what? I was not told that there was a quest here. We should go do that for the enhancement runes, at the very least. Also the easy experience. I knew there was a quest where we had to go up the Karok. So why didn't I pick that up? So I think I looked at these here, right? Here's 3 etched in stone. Then the journey through the Floodfells and settling of Mistalo. So uncommon things. And the other two don't seem to give us any. Or maybe they do, but it's not on the wiki. I think this is true. This is not true. Someone says brawlers have the lowest DPS. I think brawlers are the most powerful class. So strong.
Folklore of the Ithudha held that it was from, not the dwarf king Durin, who first beheld the lonely mountain.
Okay, so he just wants me to meet him at Limlock. Okay. People are curious about the 60% speed debuff. I think the animations with Brawler have shown that, you know, I think personally the animations for Brawler are quite nice. They're quite fluid. The class itself is you know, a whole different story. But at least from an animation perspective, I quite like the animation. I think they look good. So I think if they were to do that and then bring that into the old classes or existing classes, that would be quite nice. Graphics, we'll have to see if the whole, like, graphics overhaul, I say that with quotations, you know, ever comes to fruition. But yeah. I don't think the game looks particularly bad. I think the sound effects could be a bit better, but yeah. See, I don't know. I haven't really kept up with what official news there is. But at least in the investors presentation, which again, I will say, it means nothing in the grand scheme of things, right? But yeah, was a visual overhaul to capitalize on the release of the Amazon Lord of the Rings series. You know, I think that's the way they described it. But again, that means nothing, ultimately. Let's be honest.
The mountains belong to us, not to those foul goblins.
Yeah, I don't know. I think visually, graphically, I'm perfectly fine as is. Maybe a little bit of a tweak here and there, you know, would be nice. Just to kind of bring a couple of things up. Just, I think UI, again, is probably the more interesting thing for me. Stuff like these videos. I don't know if I count those UI, but like the movies, you know, that you have. It would be nice to get like an overhaul of those. It's something that I would be, I was interested in. I wonder if there is enough stuff you can do in game with like guises and other stuff where you could theoretically remake them, but in like, I don't know, 1080p or 4K or whatever. Because I think it would look better. And then just maybe have the voices be a bit better. I'm going to get a Gandalf impersonator to narrate over custom-made stuff. I mean, yeah. I can't remember the name of the person that's done that, but I've always been interested in the idea of like using Unreal and getting the models and stuff into there. Like, especially for small scenes, it would be a lot, you know, for a small scene where you've just got characters like idly talking. Like, it's probably not difficult. Doesn't Unreal just have like idle animations that you could probably rig up relatively easy, right? So it'd be really interesting to do that and just try and remake these better than they exist in game. I am attacking. I am probably going to die because I'm not attacking. But it's been a really curious thing. Yeah, it'd be curious. Like, I don't know the extract to Unreal like thing. Like, I've used Unreal briefly a few years back, an older version, I think. So I could probably work that out with like not a lot of massive effort. Plus, there's like heaps of tutorials. It's the extracting game like textures and character models, stuff like that, that would be the thing that I think would be our you know, our limit. But I think it'd be really, you know, an interesting little project to undertake. Because the one I think of is the Battle of Mordor thing. It just looks so bad. It runs so terrible in terms of FPS. I actually bought a license for some software that lets you like interpolate to 60 FPS. Like it you know, AI whatever, you know, 60 FPS thing, because the animation on one of the videos was so inconsistent and terrible. that I just didn't want it, like, I just wanted to make it look better in a video. So I'm actually able to kill enemies. So we might try and actually complete this quest. Takes a while, so multiple at the same time is a no go at the moment, but yeah. Because I found this software that is supposed to do it, right? It's supposed to extract files that are run, like, and then there's another piece of software that converts those to Unreal Engine or whatever. But the problem is you had to load the game through that software, and it gets confused when you try and load, like, to load Lotro, you have to load the launcher, and then it would, you know, when the launcher closes and opens the game, it would get confused, but you can't open just straight the game because then you have no launch. Which is kind of why I wish you could, like, log in client. Like, you just open up the client, you go to, like, a login screen. I guess kind of like WoW, right, from my understanding of WoW, where you can, like, log in, like, client, and you choose which server you want to go on. I think that would be a really nice thing. Probably not useful for most people, but, you know, I can have 2 servers or multiple accounts. So it'd be nice to be able to switch without, like, shutting down and relaunching stuff. Don't know how much of that is just me being lazy. Yeah, so it's not damage necessarily that we're having any issues with. It's just deflections that's probably the biggest problem. Wow, that arrow just went there. Yeah, so I think that's one thing that they could, like, I don't know, fundamentally, like, yeah, fundamentally, I don't know how difficult that would be to implement. But I think that would be a nice feature to be added to this game. Because I think, and I'm probably not alone in this, I think one of the most outdated looking things is the launcher for this game. I actually wanted to get back into, so I used to do... am I doing a harder challenge to the overworld? I'm not. I'm doing just content that's higher level than I am. So I'm 125. This is 130 content. When enemies get red levels, they become harder to hit, basically. That's the only sort of challenge bit I'm doing. But the only content I've got remaining is 130 stuff. So fortunately, it's just a... Oh, yeah, so that's only on the legendary servers, at least at the moment, that I'm aware of. I haven't seen the NPC, so I'm assuming it's not available on the main servers currently. The plan is, from what I understand, to eventually bring it here, but it's more in a... I think it was more of a testing thing. Like, they brought out the, you know, Treebeard for faster leveling, and then... no, Treebeard is lower leveling, like slower leveling, sorry. And then they brought out Shadowfax for faster leveling. And then, as an added thing to that, they were sort of testing out on the legendary servers. With the intent of bringing it to main servers. It was never something really that interested me, but... I mean, yeah, it would be nice, like a, you know, you're in a boss... Obviously, if you're in, like, a boss room, like, you know, Shelob, for example, you're going to want, like, if you had, like, I don't know, a bar up here, you know? I think sometimes it's nice that I don't play other MMOs. Because, for all I know, I could be used, like, I'm sure there are MMOs that have that system, like just a bar up here. I'm sure that WoW probably has that. I'm sure that, you know, Final Fantasy 14 has some that. I don't know that though, but I can still come up with ideas, which makes it nice because then I can not be like copying, quote unquote, being like, oh, they should make it more like WoW, that kind of thing. Because people love that. People love to be like, oh, they're just copying WoW. But yeah, I think it's kind of an advantage, but also a disadvantage because I don't have references for good stuff, but as good stuff. Like, I do think having a bar for a boss, because that's something you're gonna want to know. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like I said earlier, you know, I do play a lot of this game, but I'm also not like incessant fanboyish about it. Like, I will just call out on dumb decisions. Like, I still think the way they advertised War of Three Peaks was not... I didn't like the way they advertised it, and I will call them out on it. It makes no difference that I say anything about it. It's not going to change a single thing about the game, but it makes me feel better that I am saying something about it. I don't like the fact that they for example, called it a full expansion. It's a mini expansion. They never said mini, it said expansion, at least as far as I'm saw. Which then led me to be disappointed in it, because it didn't feel like much of an expansion. Even though actually it's not too bad now. Yeah. And then secondly, I don't like the fact that they advertise it as being level 20 to 130 content. Because, yes, it is, because of missions, but no, it's not, because of, like, the main premise of the expansion. Is, like, 120 to 130. Or technically 125 to 130. I just think they could have worded that better. But I think they also did it on purpose. Oh, I mean, yes, obviously I'm glad they're still bringing out content for it. But, I don't know. I just feel like I don't want them to make a stupid decision that, like, causes people to not want to, you know, play anymore. Hey, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. I've been playing Lottery for 9 years. I have finished the story on... This will be my 5th character, technically. I've not finished all the content, necessarily. There's still content from earlier in the game that I haven't done, but main story I have completed now, technically 4 times. This will be my 5th. I mean, I do have this. This is just a skin fix. So I always said that it should be a adjustable thing. Because this is the thing, DDO has an adjustable map where you open up the map and you can, you know, change it and, you know, change the size, move it across the screen. You know. Which is weird because it's the same people, you know. Just take that code and just drag it in here.
That you will continue further north with
You
me.
know. I know it's not as easy as that. I'm fully aware. As a general summation, but yeah. And also, I understand when you compare, like, I am fully aware. Maybe some others obviously aren't, but you know, you do have to realize that in terms of people on, like, working on the game, there is a significantly lower chunk of, or lower percentage or whatever, working on this game than there are on, like, Final Fantasy 14 or WoW or anything of the sort like that. Like, I think what they've got for how much they have is very impressive. Just fix war steeds. That's what we want. Oh yeah, definitely. Whenever I see a listing, I'm like, oh, finally. Even though I do not live in America, or, you know, there is zero way of me getting a job at SSG. Right? I always look at their listings, their job listings, because I'm very curious of what they're kind of... Because, you know, it's one of those things where, oh, they're hiring a new developer. Oh, that's going to be good. Oh, they're hiring, like, an art, like, a thing, or they're hiring, like, this. You can kind of predict what's coming soon. Least favorite part is the LI stuff. What, the old LI or the new LIs? I think the old LIs, at least in Beaumont, could get confusing. And I guess the regular stuff. I think the new LI stuff is quite a nice step up. Oh, because I don't know if it's been how long since you've played or if you played recently, but it's like this is the whole new system. So you have no longer like legacy stuff. This is a lot easier.
It is very kind of Starving to let us stay at his encampment and continue my research in this hole.
I think it's good. My biggest thing I will say about the new LI system is it finally does what they described it as or advertised it as. Originally, at least from what I've seen, you know, I wasn't playing at the time, but from what I've seen, the way legendary items were sort of described as is a weapon that grows with you or levels with you. And now that is true. At 45 or 48 or whenever you get it, you buy a weapon, you get a weapon, and then you just reforge it occasionally, and it upgrades. You don't have to get, you know, this kind of terrible one that doesn't level up all the way at the beginning, and then get a level 51 one, and then go for a 55, and then go for a 60, and then, oh, maybe you want a 60 first stage at this point. Oh, and then you get to, like, eventually 100, and you go Imbuement, and then you do what I do and then forget that you don't know how to imbue, and you do all the wrong stuff. I was actually kind of lucky. Looking at my imbued on Tavelard, it's actually kind of alright. Not great, but not terrible. Yeah. But that, I don't know, because, I kind of like it. I was always confused about this button. Like, or not button or thing, but, like, I've never used this before. So for a more casual, I guess-ish person like myself, this is the only time I've ever done this slotted or socketed button. Because I understand the idea is that for essence stuff, you can just, like, do that, right? But that's why it confused me with the whole, I have 0 to 0 common damage. Nice. That's so sad. My legs don't have common damage. Have common damage and 0 of it. That's why I got so confused originally. Yeah. Well, because that's what confused me originally. I bought the sword. I wouldn't let me reforge. This is on Bullrora. Wouldn't let me reforge because of the name or something. So I had to change the name. I didn't like that. That was dumb. I think Keeper, for some reason, was not a... It was like a banned word. You couldn't have Keeper in your, like, name. So when you're a Runekeeper, it didn't work. Shift double click. Wait, that's a thing? Oh, that's so much easier. Thank you for telling me that. I will totally forget in like 5 minutes, but it's better than me going, oh, I want to do that. I know it will never happen, but I'm scared I'm going to do this for some reason, and I'm going to like delete it. Imagine if that happened. That's better. To be fair, I would almost kind of like this system. Like, not this system, but this... Like, I like this menu for the most part. You know? Having, like, or having a separate window as Control-I or Shift-I. I haven't seen any player stuff, no. But I'm curious. But yeah, as I was sort of talking about earlier, something I wanted to do is I used to do. I went to college for software development, and something I've been potentially interested after that was always like UI or UX, I guess, like stuff, which is I think a somewhat natural progression. And I wanted to like kind of do a mock-up of like another launcher instead of the launcher we have, which is a very small square screen. But I think ultimately I would prefer if it was just an in-game thing, Wasn't there something about did I see a thing the other day about 64-bit servers though? What's that about? Is that just, will that make the servers better? Don't know why that came to my mind, but get you thinking of upgrades. Not gonna fall for it this time. Gonna go on this bridge. I should totally go for Scarhold. I mean, yes, something like that would be interesting. That reminds me of the old trait system. Very much so. I'm sure it's quite a bit inspired by that. I like that one, the second one. That's similar to this, right? That's taken some inspiration from this. There should be some orcs somewhere around here, right? It would be nice to have like that second one, right? But have the ones that aren't available maybe like grayed out and say what level you unlock them at. That could be quite nice. Like, hey, you unlocked this at 126, so you can kind of plan ahead. I mostly only asked because, like, when we're talking about legendary weapons, it's only been a very recent thing that they've changed, right? So, like what? Under a month or so since everything's changed. So it's like 2 weeks or something, isn't it? So it's just good to make sure people are aware. Yeah, it's fair. Just if someone like, in case, just because if someone does come back from like, I don't know, 2012 or something, might be a big thing for them. I was gonna say, like, for some reason I keep getting news about this game, and then I just realized, like, of course I get news. Like, my phone will give me like Google News articles about this game. I'm like, sometimes it's like, why does it do that? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's Google. Hey, how are we doing this fine day? I thought it was a rock and I just phased through it. That really weirded me out for a second. Yeah, okay. I think I'm having some problems there. Ooh, we love that. Love the look of that. Beautiful. Yeah, I might just go Scarhold and just kind of deal with that later. Like the Mistallow stuff. I'd love to do it, but it's meh. What'd I get? Ooh, I got a rare. Nice. Yeah, I like the second one. Out of those two, though. That's probably preferred. I saw the moo and I thought it was Ghost. It's just such a Ghost thing to do. Caught me off guard.
How can I be of service?
Oh yeah. I don't know if that was I always guessed that was like paid for. But I think that's probably one of the best advertisements they ever did for the game. Ghost is here in spirit. I haven't talked to Ghost today. It's been a busy one though. Probably still asleep. Wouldn't be surprised. When I work nights, it's like easier to talk to Ghost because like we're both awake. Imagine the amount of like people they could buy. Not people, but like, you know, devs. They could hire is more what I meant, rather than me like buy people. Okay, so during all this, we have some essences. We love some essences. Let's get up here, I think. Yeah, I remember that day because I was at work, but I was so I didn't get a chance to watch it. I watched the VOD afterwards. But yeah, to be fair, I probably only watched it because I already played the game though. I didn't really have much interest in it otherwise. You know? Yeah, I think it was a perfect storm. That whole situation is probably the best way to describe it.
Are your tidings as grim as I fear they
Do I have to go to Erebor?
What do you want?
Erebor. Let's get on our goat, though. Yeah. People will like, upset looking for something new. Saw someone they enjoyed watching do something new. Because they felt the same. And therefore went. I think it's a very simple way of describing that whole scenario. This should take us back to Scarhold, I think. So much traveling. Right. How much experience are we going to get from this? Is curious.
Welcome back, my
So 324.
I do not like this
Because it's an epic as well. Oh no, it doesn't send us back yet, but I remember this quest. So I'm hoping also because it's epic, tends to give us enhancement runes, like, pretty nicely. Because yeah, this is one where we just like look at that statue, I think. Right? Pretty sure that's the thing. Because this quest is weird because I think you have to go down here, which is like outside of the circle, which I think is weird because like I know that, but the first time I didn't know that, obviously, because I expect the quest to be in the circle, and it really screwed me over because I didn't know what was going on. I spent quite a while searching.
That mosaic stood in the hall under the mountain with many others for hundreds of years. Long, long ago, before the mountains were shaped as they are now, Durin awoke in the caverns beneath a mighty peak.
Let's go on our go. Another 324. Like, these should be relatively quick. We've got like 10 quests and we level up or something like that. 10, 11 quests. Assuming none increased or decreased, but we'll see. Shouldn't be any... I think we should basically be at that static 324,598 because these are all going to be 130 quests and I don't think it's going to give us any different. Like, we're not going to get some 131 quests or anything. But it'd be interesting because I wonder how... if we'll get to the end before we actually get to, like, you know, 130. And then kind of what do we do at that point? Do we just do missions? I guess repeatables, but, like, instances and stuff, but I don't know. Right, the next one, I think, takes us back to Scarhold or something. Oh.
Spoke to you of
Yeah, so this one was our next one? Cool. Oh, no, maybe not. I understand the idea behind this, this room being so large, but it's a real hassle to go to and from. Okay, let's see how we do against these guys. They're 130. So they're going to deflect. But hopefully the damage that goes through is just enough. You kidding me? I need to do like 200 damage or something like that? Yikes. Okay. Please. I like how my auto attacks are probably hitting more often. It's kind of annoying, but... Hey, I used Heartseeker 100 times. Perfect. A deed completed. That's something I need to do, though, is I'm going to have to start, you know, getting skill in deed accelerators and, you know, focusing on... getting those extra 8 trait points, because I do need those. I am missing out. Because the more of those I get, I think if I actually got those, I would be at Exsanguinate by now. Which would be a nice little extra thing. Why'd you just not auto run as soon as I leave? So sad. This is pretty easy though. I mean, we're getting decent amount of experience and, you know, they're not difficult quests. The hardest thing, as I said, is the fact that we have level 130 enemies. We're 125, soon to hopefully be 126, which also gives us a new legendary weapon upgrade. And yeah. Yeah, new legendary update thingy. We'll get a new weapony things. Oh, actually, this is a really good point. We need to bring up our like page of items, you know, whatever it's called, because we need to make sure we're getting. Oh, actually, this one doesn't matter because the Limlock Hauberk is a thing. Oh, that was a fun sound. So we want to stick to, because that's a 426 and this is 418, so it's not better.
Bring my son this mighty force.
But it's we probably won't even use it, to be honest. We'll probably get to 130 first, or we'll get the gear before 130. But this one we need to make sure we get, which is the Strong Ring of Oaths Taken, which is this one, which is crit finesse, which makes sense, obviously, for us. Where am I talking to? Who am I? There we are. People are loading in.
Now this is a fighting force.
Cool. And now we get to just like chill out, looking at Durin having a weird moment with himself. I think it was the was it the gauntlets? No. No, okay. So we got like, you know, we got a while to go. Okay, Durin, what up? I have to just assume that so far I'm correct in my gearing. So that's fine. Tarvelad, when did you arrive? I arrived ages ago. I've been staring at you for hours. Okay.
Can it be? You have outdone yourself, my friend. When I sent you to my father for reinforcements, I never expected such a force. Behold the might of the Longbeards! It stands before me! Doubt haunted my steps.
Kind of hate
But
the
now
dwarven
it is
shouts.
vanished.
Not gonna lie.
Aye, it has been replaced with something else. Where once there was fear, now there is hope! Hope for glory! I heard a voice beyond the ice.
A voice. I think he's going crazy. Not gonna lie.
It whispered to me of dwarves long dead, It whispered to me of the great deeds they accomplished. It spoke of Thargarthol.
Prince of the Longbeards, do not be a fool!
No,
Who said that?
don't be a
Who
fool.
speaks so to me? Bring him before me.
Oh, we do actually have to talk to this guy. Cool. That's fine. I always forget.
Thargarthol,
I kind of end up just being like, yeah, I'm
long
just gonna
live the
wait.
doom of my people. Do not let it become yours as well, Longbeard.
I, Shelruka. It is not my turn to seek the Citadel.
Yeah, he doesn't want the Citadel.
See you this force? See you this mighty Longbeard army?
To be fair, I guess there's quite a decent amount of them.
I have
Maybe it
my
looks like there's
eyes
less
set
'cause
upon
they're
a
small.
greater prize.
But I feel like this isn't like a massive army. I guess maybe the idea is that they span for further.
Hearken to
No.
me. I
If they were all
seek
down
no
there, how
mythical
would they
city.
hear, you know?
The Thargarthol is a dream of the Shelruka. Let them
I could take
have
one of
it.
all this out with a rain of
City
arrows,
I
right?
desire is
That's how that
for
works.
real, and it belongs to us. I speak of the mountain home. I speak of Gundabad. Upon this red axe, I swear to reclaim Gundabad. We will drive every last orc from the sacred mountain.
I've heard this speech so many times.
The Longbeards will have victory! Gundabad! Gundabad! Gundabad!
No, you're supposed to say it 3 times in a mirror. That's how it appears. Isn't it? Yeah. Is that not the thing? The whole Beetlejuice thing.
At last,
Okay,
I
so we
know
want
my purpose.
strong ring of oaths taken. It's gonna hurt at some point, because at some point we do have to choose the wrong gear.
They will not be
We're gonna go for the Deadly Earring, which is the physical mastery and fate, rather than the evade and fate. We're gonna get a load of gear that is not usable, essentially. Which is gonna be fine at the end, because it's like... Didn't I get a ring? Oh, these are bracelets, I forgot. Yeah, at 1:30 it would just be like, hey, here's suddenly a lot of gear, but you probably finished all the content. Cool. Maybe we'll go 1:30 before then. So, this is the one where we come in here, then we come down here, and they're dead. Spoilers. I can't remember where we go after that, though. Might just take us to War of Three Peaks. I could be wrong. The armory has been picked clean of weapons by persons unknown. Oh no. What happens if you go here first?
You'll find none here.
I think I instinctively just jump into like doors and stuff because yeah, I just kind of find it works but like more, you know. Sometimes you just open a door, it just doesn't let you through. So sad. Oh, doesn't it take us to the Wells of Langflood to with the argument dwarves? I can't remember their names. Venko and the other one, right? Is it Venko? Okay.
Shall Rukar have gone to hunt drakes?
They've gone to hunt drakes? How not clever must they be? They're not gonna survive. I need those weapons. They're my weapons. Just very rude. Okay. Let's see how this goes, considering, again, it's going to reflect us a decent amount. Though hopefully, as I said, 126 should alleviate most of that complication. Because otherwise it's kind of annoying just generally doing this content. But I'm thinking it's going to be a bit awkward, but there is some side content that should be relatively good for us to do because it will get us some better gear and some you know, more reputation and such things. And if we can get like high reputation with War of Three Peaks, it's not a huge deal, but it's quite nice to do because then we can use our copper coins of good and bad rather than the other ones. And also, if we can get like, you know, a high amount of these, we can then trade those in for embers as well for a little bit, which helps out. Because then I have 3 characters that can do that. So we do want to try and get that wrap up as much as possible. Gets us better gear. Obviously, actual gear-wise, we can just buy it on Renaborn and send it over, but that's a bit of a pain. And it's nice to look at directly at gear. Because if I do this... If I just do that, isn't there, like, is that the name of the items? No. But that is a medium cloak, which we'll be upgrading to. That's a good reference to have. Hi, Durin. Bad news. Okay. Yeah, so I was correct. Nope, this way. Okay. Calm them down, get them a drink. Easy peasy.
I saw it all. The Longbeard.
Yeah, Imek and Venko, is that not it? And that's the whole limb lock stuff, which again should be pretty easy to get sorted. And our final clean enough mug. Doesn't this get 2 done or 3? Yeah. So glad that was exactly enough to fill up a second mug. And we also have very good balance because we're not spilling anything. I'm so glad this isn't like old content, because I feel like if it was similar to old content, I'd have a physical item of like mug of ale, mug of ale, mug of ale in my inventory. Because that's one thing that's got that frustrated me with, there's a spider quest in Combe, where you have to collect these items. And it physically goes in your inventory, and I just like, sometimes you don't have enough space. You know, especially been doing other stuff before that.
He knocked me down when my back was turned.
I feel like I've never heard them actually have an argument, like verbally having an argument. It's kind of weird. Come on. There we go.
You were able to smooth things over.
Okay, so this is one I need to double check on, because we're going to upgrade this one anyway, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, I want crit rating and evade rating. Because I do like this one because it gives the 2 essence slots, so in some cases I actually like that more than the medium cloak that we get later. But we do seem to get a incomparable enhancement runes, which is nice. Once we actually get, you know, the ones we want, we'll start upgrading those. Most likely the Heraldry of the Sparrow and stuff we'll try and upgrade. But if I'm correct, I should be able to level up the rare one, right? Of these up to the, you know, 430 or whatever, or even 450, let's say. I should be able to upgrade those to like that, and then upgrade it to a rare, or an incomparable or legendary, and it should.
They will only undertake this errand if you go with them.
Yeah, should
This is outrageous.
stay the same, hopefully. Cool. It's still weird to me that there were very clear, obvious gear upgrades that I was given, like my helmet, for example, and the legs, and probably the boots, and I didn't take them. Certainly the helmet, like I know for a fact there is a helmet that we were given that is better than the 120 helmet that we had. I just don't know why I never took it, like used it. I have said I need to find the video in which I obtained that helmet and find out what I did to it. I feel like I may have gone, ooh, embers, and deconstructed it for embers. But also I would like to think that I, you know, got the correct stuff. And like I wish I kind of, I'd like to think I was
Found the supplies.
clever enough to be like, oh, that's an upgrade. Let's go get that.
So, are you ready to depart?
Let's go near the rush gate. Is it easier to actually go to the War of Three Peaks and come through? probably is, but we're not going to do it. Let's have a little bit of a, you know, a trek through here. Oh, I'm going the complete wrong way. Where is Palpadot in terms of levels? 104 still. Been a little while. It's been over a week since Palpadot has leveled. Or has been on. Damn. Sad times all around. All right. Oinsbane. Defeat Mithrin Wolverines. This is a 120 quest, if I'm correct, or a 118 or something. 118. Thank you, game. Thank you for War Seeds. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's get rid of that quest. We don't particularly need that. Once we come here, past here, we shouldn't need anything like that. I don't know if sword-wise there's anything we want to do. Like, I have a 115. I could probably get myself a 120, but I'm 125. Like, do I just push it or like hold on to it and then just get a 131 at 130? I feel like I could probably do that because it's not going to overall make too much of a difference. I probably would get more stats just from leveling my legendary up. Right, nearly there. So close. So yeah, this should give us a couple of gear upgrades. Certainly a pocket item, at the very least. Which is nice. I think spare traveling cloak. Yeah, crit evade, agility, vitality. Yeah, cool. And oh, I got a rare. No, sorry, an incomparable or two incomparables and a legendary, which I totally forgot. I don't actually. You go up to 449, right? At the moment, so that's fun.
Want to travel together, but each of us has reason to hate the orc.
Is that another thing? Like, is from Sama, whatever it's called, the SS thing? I assume you get these as well, rather than just like legendary traceries and stuff. Because otherwise, what's the point? Like, I don't see much reason for doing that much like repetitive stuff. I guess we'll find out at some point. We'll run one of those. We'll want to get some better gear first, though. Obviously. It's a ghost. Spooky. How's things, guest? I'm doing good. Catching up. Nearly 126. Close to beating up Lindrel. Won't take us long. Still, the goal is 130 by tomorrow. I think it's doable. At a push. Might start earlier tomorrow as well. Or at least go later. Or just overall be on for longer. I think it's possible. In fact, I need to start doing more things for Ithilgalad hides, because I'm going to need like 40 of them. I don't have that many right now. Finally fixed the thing in Animal Crossing. What thing? The lack of storage? That was your last thing, right? Was it not? Was there another thing that I can't remember? Oh, right. Don't know if you mentioned that to me. I know there was like a flower that you didn't know where to put. Like a gold flower. It was quite rare, apparently. Do I want to have this quest? I'll help with this quest. These guys are a bit of a pain to kill. It's all good though. Even with resisting, I got 123. Now it's a funeral. With golden flowers. Nice. I don't know why that one doesn't count for that quest. Every other one counts. Like, every single quest like that. One of them counts. The lag is so bad. The lag plus the deflect is annoying. Because, like, Heartseeker is fun because it cannot be parried, evaded, or blocked. But it can be deflected. Which is a bit of a hassle. Rude. Flowers are gone, but there's coffin and flowers, so the flowers aren't gone. Which is it? Tell me. Oh. Just visit their own funeral. Right. So we're about... How much we've been getting? I don't know. I think we're like 5 or something quests from leveling right now. Yeah, 325, right? Basically. So 4 is 1.2 million plus 1, so 1.3 million. So 6 also quests to level up. And then 126 should... I don't know if it'll make everything easier, but we will get a nice damage increase. So just to check, we have Venko's Distrustful Token, which is correct. I maybe would actually prefer the parry, but I will have to get this one. No, I prefer the finesse. The finesse, I think, is the better choice here. Right? Ultimately. But this still is an upgrade in vitality and agility, so it's not terrible, just not the correct choice.
Should not spend too long here in idleness. Yes, very well. If you wish to make yourself helpful, do not let me stop you. I do not need your help.
Why do
but
math in
I
my spare
thank you
time?
for offering.
I like maths. Maths is fun.
Not that one. Ha,
He's so
I do
mean
not
to me.
follow directions. Leave those alone. Those belong.
You said leave us alone. So sad. Where does this wall come from? I'm gonna have to kill this bat. Eventually. It's annoying. If everything hit, these would be super easy kills. It's literally... Really? Literally just the fact that they don't. Oh, it wasn't that. Okay, so I've just made my life harder for no reason. Good to know. Rude. I'm gonna die. Especially with the lag, it makes it really difficult. Yeah, see? Like, see? How am I supposed to do anything when the game lags like that? It's so dumb. Right. Want to do something for you tonight? Depends what it is. I'm very focused on trying to level, so if it's anything to do with the festival, probably not. Actually, maybe I should do the festival just to get experience, but not to buy anything. No, that's not happening. Hands down, not happening. I have a goal for myself to level up by a certain point. The wedding instance isn't going to do anything for me, experience-wise, so it's not happening. That is the simple truth. Also, I already have to stand around listening to NPCs talk for the longest time already, so, yeah. I don't know if I can handle any more than we've already got to deal with today. You may think it's cozy. I think it's repetitive with the amount of times you want me to do it. Because you want it to constantly be done, but you never do it yourself. Yeah, so is some of this content. I've still got to stand through it and doing nothing. Kind of boring just standing there. Not actually actively doing much. Me doing the wedding is going to be me not enjoying myself. So, I'd rather not. So. The moment you get kill 30 of those quests... Wait, what? Ghost, we are strictly doing content today. We are not getting distracted. Because otherwise I will get annoyed with myself, but not leveling enough. So, I'm going to be just sticking to the story. Because if I don't get 130 by tomorrow... Ultimately, there's no problem, but I am going to be deep down frustrated with myself.
You found the hunting war, didn't you? You have returned from the right
We'll
place.
see. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I just want to get stuff done. Like, that's just it.
The Jaruka has my sympathy, but no more and no less than anyone else. Emok was right about the hunting war.
I told you I
Right.
still possess the
Distressful
fire-making
token.
skill.
Which is incorrect, but we're immediately going to
I understand
upgrade
you
it
fought alongside my
at
son
130.
Gimli
So there's no
at a
point in
number
worrying.
of recent
Um,
wars.
cool.
Gloin speaks as if only Longbeard fought it as a Nurbizar, but it was not so. I know that tale.
I meant no offense, my companions.
Alright, these guys are just chatting and we're just eating away.
Ah, I
But we,
swear
oh
no
wow,
haste,
really?
for I am skilled with my
That's like a
axe,
kill.
but less so with words. I think that is enough rest for now.
Like, there's a bat in a rock. So let's not worry about that. Okay, so this thing here will probably not get any damage because it'll probably deflect us because that's just how this works. But, come on. There we are. 9,000 experience and a level up. That is the most important thing here. Which also means I'm probably not going to have the money for it, but we get an upgrade to our legendary weapon, which is fun. We also get another universal solvent, which we're going to need, considering the state at which stuff is. That didn't make any sense. Considering the state of the lag today, I'm not going to reforge my other weapon at the minute, but only the two I'm using. So Hunter's Sword and Hunter's Bow. So the difference is, fundamentally, we can level up our stuff higher. More damage. I think it's like 1,000 extra damage. And like 1,700 extra max damage. Insane amount of increase. We also get another mastery, thingy slot, which I think was skill induction speed, right? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Was the idea. Isn't it? Huh. See, that's the thing, right? The Hunter's Sword on here, this is what I don't understand. The Hunter's Sword, we had this discussion yesterday. The Hunter's Sword has 2 now. So what did I put on the Hunter's Sword? Did I have the other one? Area effect damage. Did I not pick up the other one? Or am I confusing myself? The bow is where we want to go for skill induction speed. Right? There. 1, 2, or 3? 3. Because normally I pick 2. I think you're expecting that. But hopefully now that's minus 9% all skill inductions. And also just generally physical mastery increase. Which isn't great, but it's fine. And hopefully we just kind of hit stuff a bit harder because now they're kind of orange, not red. What was 3? I guess what was 1 and 2? If 3 is just leave.
We did not come here for nothing. The town may
Probably not here to tell. So it's fine. It's also a quest, I think. That's... there we are. Hey, someone just got this helmet drop. How fancy. Damn. Which Captain America, though? It's the important question. Yeah. A dwarf champion. I don't know that because I see him in chat all the time. I don't know how I feel about people also being here. Like, it's fine ultimately, but hopefully we don't sort of cross paths with each other too much. Maybe the first one. Fair enough. The Durin's questline is like decent because it will gear us up enough. Ghost lost his badge. Oh no. Did he lose his badge? Or is that just Twitch being weird? No, I was just saying, like, there's another group doing what seem to be the same quests. So hopefully we don't get in each other's way. Ghost is missing your badge. So Odgand, apparently over here. So this is the thing we got to be careful of. Like, it's fine, but if someone else is like, you know, around here, it's possible to kill them both, or someone to kill it before I do, and vice versa. But hopefully now, by the time they get here, it's you know, cleared. So sad. Imagine being on your phone. Right there. I think Ghost is gonna go watch some Captain America. Captain America. Reduced awareness? Yay. Might see if I can get some Anduin hunters done, if they're around. It's not needed, as I said. You feel bad now? Why do you feel bad? Because you didn't know which one you were going to watch? Wait, yes, okay, cool, this is actually what I'm after. Gonna watch us slowly overpower Lindral. See, the advantage we have over Lindral, for example, is me doing the Elder Slate content. So I'm actually gonna get some better jewelry just from playing the game. Because that's our goal, right? I mean... Okay. I'm not in control of what you want to watch, Chris. You can watch whatever. I did notice as well, though, Ghost. Right. Palpadol has, I haven't really seen Palpadol around. I'm assuming because of the festival. And hopefully not because you're, like, burnt out on the character. In the hospital. Has he got Lindrell's achy breaky heart? Yeah, I'd like to find that other orc, but I don't know where he is. I could track him, but I don't think it's worth the extra effort at the minute. I think it's something we'll passively do down, like, here-ish. I mean, how's Lindral going to be when I, you know, get better stats?
What is this? I have seen metal badges of this type before.
It's going to be sad. Well, I assumed it was mostly because of, like, Animal Crossing as well. That or the festival. How am I trying to get here? 5 more tracks somewhere to the south, from the river. If I go down this water, am I gonna die? I don't think I die from the fall, but I might die from, like, a random death barrier. Over here? Oh no, I think it's up by the top, but there's an Anduin Hunter, so that's fun. Dead. I think, though, in context of, like, Tarvelard and, you know, Lindral, I think one of the good things is, and I might be wrong about this, you may disagree with this, Ghost, but I think a lot of the time it's advantageous for my character to be more powerful than yours, because then you can kind of, like, fall back on me rather than vice versa. If you're the one doing the most damage, I think you could, and expected to do the most damage, I worry that you might get a little bit flustered about that. Whereas if you can kind of fall back on me and be like, I'm just doing as much as I can, that actually helps you. I do like the outfit for Tarvelard. I actually, I don't know. I still like my Yule Festival outfit. That's for sure. But, I don't know, I just think this is more fitting as, like, an all-arounder. You know? I like the idea of having, I don't know, a seasonal outfit almost. Like, so for, like, a festival, have, like, a Yule Festival outfit and a, you know, Fall Festival outfit and that kind of stuff, like Spring Festival. I do like the idea of that. And not necessarily just a outfit from that festival. Just something that's more, fitting, I guess. Whereas I think this is a nice overall. I like the swords. They're probably my favorite sword cosmetic that I've seen. You know, and wow, I took some damage there. Yikes. That was painful. Nice. Yeah, most of this comes from Helm's Deep, actually, I'm pretty sure. This is the Jacket of Lies. There's multiple of this. The swords are from Halls of Crafting. The bow is just my bow, so I might look for a nice cosmetic bow, but I think this looks nice enough. The quiver is just a quiver. And to be fair, the Jacket of Lies is just a full-on outfit, so that's easy. Boots, I think, is just whatever I'm wearing. And then this little shoulder piece is just a dropped essence gear. Which I think just, I don't know, adds a little bit extra. But you're alright. We do need to get a brawler for DPS. A DPS brawler, you know. It's all good. Super powerful. I'm pretty sure you can't have both, right? Maybe you can. But I like the swords. I like that we changed the essences. Or the auras. So you got the lightning and the kind of... It's almost like kind of more frosty. It's the aura of the Dead City, but it feels like lightning and kind of like a colder thing. You know? And then the Orc's Bane, which is good. Because now I can see there's a goblin. An orc kind here, which I need to kill. And then my bow is no longer that color. Great. Where am I? I am in the Wells of Langflood. Floodfells, technically. Just south of Elderslade, north of the Vales of Anduin by Bjorningus. It's kind of like the second to last area in the game currently. But also, Ghost, I don't have those items. It's so sad. Oh, I thought I had to go Sundergrot then. I will have to, though. At least I kind of know Sundergrot better now. And I should have less issues than I did in the past. I think my lowest level item is now 115, right? I've no longer got some 112 stuff. But I think cosmetically, these are my favorite swords. I like the more intricate design, and the kind of like runic sort of like spelling. I actually wonder what it spells. On the side of it. Be interesting to find out. No, no, oh god. Don't want to do that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like, I don't know, the name of... Oh, they're not even like words. Right? They're not... Let's have a look. Because we can come in here. Because what's this outfit? This is just my beautiful outfit here. Which doesn't really have much except the cloak, the hat. I think this is just the cosmetic outfit to annoy Ghost. Is probably like what this is. But I don't think it's actually... No, they're just jewels. I assumed that they were some sort of, you know, elven writing or something. But I do like... It's something I've said before with the axe thing that I have in my wardrobe. Right? Is that in my wardrobe? This one. The thing I've said about this kind of thing. I like golden sort of gemmy type stuff, so I think this sword is like gold, has gem encrusted stuff, and has an interesting shape. I'm not sure as an actual sword in real life if it would be in any way effective, but you never know. But yeah, there is a bow that I quite like, but it's an old legendary bow So I don't think it's obtainable anymore. Yeah, the thrang stuff is interesting. Isn't it just of thrang in here? Did he not? Like the bow. I maybe go for that bow potentially. I don't know if it fits the aesthetic though. The sword. I like this. I joked saying that I should get that, like, obviously you can't, but it would be funny to get that on, like, Palpatine. As if it was, like, a lightsaber, you know? Like a red lightsaber. But obviously, because I'm a runekeeper, I can't do that. The most you could do is be a stout axe, and then you'd be able to wield an axe, technically. But still, then it wouldn't work. Slight saber. Damn. How dare you pretend to nearly be dead? I don't think he pretended. Didn't I have a thing here? Kill you. Or did I already do that quest? I need to defeat some orcs though. I haven't done that yet. I don't know if I haven't watched it, right? But there's like the Star Wars Visions. I haven't got around to watching it yet. But I keep saying I saw this video about it's basically just like a katana type lightsaber where the whole thing is it doesn't turn off or whatever. So he has a sheath for it. I actually really like that idea. I like the aesthetic of that. And obviously it's like a self-contained thing, so it doesn't even matter. But
Party is not shown itself. No, I do not like it at all.
yeah, I quite like that aesthetic. I think that one episode is the one that's caught my eye. No. I mean, the Darksaber is interesting. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, there's... What is it? Yeah, this one? It looks like this. And the he's got like a sheath of like lightsaber hilts to put it in. Because his lightsaber doesn't turn off. It's really interesting. I've been tempted to pick up the book, to be honest. There's one with like a microphone. It's weird. Like after Order 66 just became a singer. His lightsaber was broken. That's weird. Yeah, so the 115 I think at a point it stagnates. The 120 stuff is as good as like the 130 stuff. And that gives you 94 to 99,000 morale. Which is nice, because it's like one of them is like a majority of my morale half the time. At least at 120, it was like all my morale. Obviously, the higher you get, like later on, it's only like a third or whatever, but not too bad. I want to make Bjornin look like Runeric Knotbeard. He's cool. Cool. Let's go. inspect some fences. I don't know about the cleansing ones. I don't know what cleansing. That's a quest item, but unless you mean like the, I don't know, wound ones or like what specifically? It's gonna lag. I think they do get higher level, like it will affect higher level wounds is the point. So like a wound, for example, or fear or whatever has a like, you know, number attributed to it, like a level, and then those will like, I think if I do fear, that work? No. Wound. Like these ones. Yeah, so you've got like the level 100 ones, or 110. One wound effect up to a maximum strength of 110, whereas the Minas Ithil ones go up to 140. So, yeah, I assume it's like 110, and then Ironfold will be, no, Doomfold will be 120, Ironfold 130, Minas Ithil will be 140, and I do wonder if there's going to be an extra crafting tier, or if they're just going to tack on to Minas Ithil. Maybe it'll make sense to have an extra one. I think you just buy them, right? Oh, they're crafted by a scholar. Is the idea. So you have to get a Minas Ithil Scholar. And you get it by default, apparently, when you get to Minas Ithil. So I'm sure if you needed to, you could probably buy them on the auction here, I would have thought. Probably quite expensive. But just how it is, unfortunately, sometimes. And yes, Ghost, I agree, by the way. E.T. in sock form. Am I done? Okay, he wants me to go and leave him. That's all good. Yeah, so this content is already tons easier than when I originally did it. So I don't know if that's to do with my gear, potentially. Like, you know, I would have still been using a 120 helmet that's actually incorrect at the time. So, like, not the correct stats. So, I don't know if that's helping. Obviously, the legendary items are helping a ton, even though they're deflecting some of my damage. I also don't know what level I was. I have to have been at least 125. Probably was a higher level than that. This is good. We can actually go back and look at all this. You know? What does it require? 2 tattered Minas Ithil parchment and a Riddermark glass vial. So that's actually really kind of cheap. You get 2 minimum, and crit is 4. I don't know if those are the sort of things I'll end up making, like, to actually use. Because I think, obviously, with this, it's up to 2. But I guess you could then have 3. Would be the idea. Also, speaking of which, if I I might up my press onwards. Oh no, I'll chuck that up because that's supposed to be up to whatever level. Might out of combat yet? What do I think about the flip phone? What, just generally, or a flip phone that you've shown me? I used to have a flip phone. I actually had a one of the like phones that slid out to have a keyboard underneath. Oh, like the Z Flip and stuff. What was the phone I had? Is that the phone I had? Or is that actually, was that actually a phone or is it not? I had an N-Gage at one point, which is also a phone. And a pretty cool looking one as well. Look at my phone that I used to have. It was great. I used it to play Sonic. Pretty sure that's all I did. I think it had Sonic on it. But yeah. I mean, it played games. But it was also fun. It was great. Let's see if I can find... I don't know how to describe it. It's like slide phone. Slide keyboard. I mean, it was around that era. So it's not too far off. Because I had a Nokia 3310. That was like my very first phone. Then I had that thing. Then I had another one at some point. Then I had an LG Chocolate, if I remember correctly, very briefly. Then I had an iPhone 3, which was a hand-me-down from my my aunt. Then I got an iPhone 4, then a 6, and then I got my current phone, which is a OnePlus 6T. I also own an iPhone 7 and 7 Plus and an 8. I don't particularly know why I own so many, but wait, what did I not pick these? So I also didn't pick the new upgraded ones of these for some reason, even though this is clearly an upgrade. Oh, I guess I know what I would have done. I would have looked at that and gone, ooh, I get more armor, but I get less agility. And therefore I get less damage. So it's bad deal. I do lose also vitality, but that's because the ones I chose or got is more of a defensive thing. This is better. Agility, vitality, physical mastery, which makes up for the agility loss, 2 essence slots, which can be vitality. Yeah, let's go for that. And I also get a Tracery 121 incomparable, rather. So that's good. And a class trait point, which puts us up to 72, which is fancy. I think it was a 3310, though. It was a Nokia phone that I'm pretty sure was a 3310, and you could change, like, the front skin of it, basically. So it might not have been a 3310, but it was, like, that era. I definitely had a 3310, but then I had one that, you could change the front piece on. I had a red one. Okay, Runerick.
Why do your compatriots
Venko.
these solemn expressions? I think Runerick is twice strong.
Cool.
This.
So, I get another universal solvent. Good. We like universal solvents. Perfect. That'll be useful for next expansion. We get an enhancement runes, which we get 4 uncommon, 1 rare. And we get a ranged attack, evade, and block chance, which is not what I want. I'm sad now. I'm very sad. There was such a chance. This is what I'm worried about, right? So, at the end of the main content, you get a box with a legendary tracery in it now. And I'm concerned and slightly worried that what's going to happen is I'm going to open that box and it's going to be something completely useless to us. That is, you know, well, completely useless. So yeah, that's kind of my concern when it comes to that. Hopefully we're lucky. You know, there's however many, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different masteries. And I think it's possible for them to be different. I think it can be heraldries and words of craft and stuff. I'm not too sure. But certainly possible to happen.
Thank you.
So hopefully there's a higher chance of us actually having good stuff. I mean, I maybe for the legendary it would be nice. If there was like a way of choosing, like a way of actually like, I don't know, buying that. Maybe you can buy the legendary like box, and then it would be nice if it let you choose what it was. I had hoped or thought that it like would look at your legendaries and then pick one that you have equipped but random. So it would be like an upgrade no matter what sort of thing. Like, oh, you've got, you know, burn hot. Let's give you a burn hot, you know, legendary upgrade. And if you had a legendary one beforehand, it like wouldn't give you something you already have legendary of. But yeah. But the fact you can only get one is a little bit frustrating. Obviously you can get it from farming stuff, but slight frustration. Gonna die. I need that morale increase, but I've got no gear to upgrade to. It's really annoying. Until 130. I guess, though, I could upgrade my bow now, right? Like, I can upgrade my heraldry to give me more morale. So that should be something. But yeah, I have plenty of these ones. Or, oh no, yeah, so if I went to upgrade my sword, these can go to 449 now. Which then means I could do this. The enhancement rune tracery is not powerful enough? Wait, what? Okay. So up that by 6. And if we wanted to, we could use these after 430. I actually haven't played Brawler yet. I really should. But I have been really pushing to get to 130 on here, so I have not had a chance yet. But I have not heard the greatest. I've heard, I think the general sort of thing I've heard is it's fun, but not very powerful, right? That kind of sort of thing. Like it's a fun class to play, but you don't, you know, really get much damage out of it. I think me as a 120 was already getting a higher DPS than Brawler at 130. Me at 120 with like lackluster gear. Right, hopefully we get some more things though. Oh yeah, Bo had 115, 415 rather. But skill induction, I like to increase that, an extra 2,000 physical mastery for basically nothing. Can I go this way? I think I might be able to go this way. It's not going to be a clever way of doing it, but it's doable. I wonder if these guys... No, they're too far off. Okay. Let's dismount. Yeah, these guys don't count as... we're not in Mistala yet. But it'll be nice to get that extra kill for this quest. Get that further completion. But yeah, this is good. We get another essence. You know, we can get 4 minimum from just doing the epic. There is a 5th for doing, well, this quest line. So that's fun. And yeah, that'll be useful, I think, for us. Because that means we do get 5 essences straight off the bat. If we want to, we could grab the extra 5, because they're not bound to character, account, what have you. We could go on Palpatine, who has his 5 still not in use, and we could trade those over, giving us 10 essences to use, like, straight away. But then I'm worried that immediately it's going to be not useful, you know? But maybe we should do it anyway, and then, you know, grab some higher tier essences. Palpatine's not dead. Palpatine is less dead than Palpadol, that's for sure. Certainly less dead than Dampe. Need a valid target? You're not even valid. But yeah, we'll take off his 5 probably. You not seen Palpatine in a long time? I haven't seen Palpadol in a long time. We can play this game for a while. Palpatine's on. He's just not got as much content to do, right? So, Palpatine was on yesterday. On stream. Although, briefly, he was still on. But, yeah. Palpatine is my, like, go-to, hey, I need to get something done and I need a powerful character, because I think he's probably my hardest hitting character at the moment. I'd like Harvelard to be my hardest hitting, because I'd like my class, you know, that I've spent a lot of time with to be my most powerful, which is kind of why I'm putting so much work into this.
Your ravens, do they still live?
Should I kill those guys and then I could have grabbed some extra stuff. Because Hunter is still my favorite class, and the class I've spent the most time with. So it just makes sense to me to have that be the case. Like, ultimately, you gotta think, I've been playing Runekeeper for 6 months at most. Hunter I've been playing for 9 years. What, tired of Hunter or tired of Runekeeper? I'm tired of neither, particularly. There was a time where I didn't really want to play Hunter for a little bit. I wanted a bit of a break, but now I'm back and, you know, I've switched up and we've got the new legendaries and stuff, and it's quite a lot of fun. I'm certainly as Hunter going to get a higher damage. Like Lindral right now is like getting more damage, I think, than Palpatine. I'm pretty sure. Last time I did a little test with the dummy. That's with new legendaries. However, his legendaries are a bit weird at the minute because I haven't sorted them out fully. But besides the point, I think Lindral is more powerful than Palpatine at the minute. Therefore, if our goal is to be more powerful than Lindral, we're also going to be more powerful than Palpatine. And then when 140 content comes out, Palpatine will probably, you know, pick up again. And then there'll probably be a time where Palpatine ends up more powerful. Just because of how the class kind of works. If I Desperate Flight, where's it going to take me? That's not terrible. I think the thing is, right, with us having to level the way we were, right, on Palpatine, compared to Lindral, I've had to level 130 levels. You've had to level 10. So I think there's a little bit of it in there where it's like, I've had to push harder to get to that level, whereas you've kind of had a bit more of a casual stroll to 130. Which is why I like leveling the character, because it also lets me get used to the character, the class. Well, yeah. And to think you could be more powerful even still. You know. And that's kind of our goal is, you know, we want to be stronger. We want to be more powerful than Lindral. I don't know if we'll have more morale necessarily. Possibly. I can't remember what you're at. Are you at like 230 something? You're certainly over 200,000. I can't remember if you're over like 210,000 or anything like that. But can't fully remember. But we're like over halfway there. That's not too bad. 246. Good to know.
Poison.
As I said, you have quite a decent amount of vitality essences on you. Notice how I'm going to show you my magic trick. I'm going to make this pot of water and smaller. All right, watch this. Watch this. Magic trick. I'm going to make it smaller. Give it a sec. I did it. I'm so strong with the magic.
I will feed this tea to the raven.
I just keep track of your characters because I'm afraid that you won't sometimes.
The poison.
Not gonna lie. So I actually lose crit, but I guess I gain a thing. I gain finesse. I gain, you know, agility, vitality. But I lose crit, which is kind of sad.
Are you surprised to learn I possess such...
Also, because half the time I'm trying to get stuff for your character, I feel like that's another reason for me to know your characters. Can't remember, I've got like screenshots of your characters. And all your gear and stuff.
You wish to learn the art of appraisal?
Yay, I get to
Once more,
appraise
and perhaps you will
things.
notice details you missed before.
Not really. I think you just need to learn to push yourself a little bit more, which is ironic coming from myself, but I think I've started pushing myself a little bit more in terms of characters.
What are you doing? You got something in your eye?
Because, I mean, I'm pretty sure you haven't even done this content. So you haven't even
Well,
finished
what
the
is
story
it? What can you tell of me?
just yet. I mean, just, you know, more content.
Well, let us see if Irsa has trained you well in the art of appraisal. Your friend Gloy
Some.
told me one of his ravens escaped
Just
the
some.
arrows of the orcs.
More my point. That's like not this expansion. Yeah, but my point is, with Lindral, you're still using some of your Valar gear from 120. You would get not the best in slot, but pretty significant upgrades just by doing the main story. That is more my point. And then you just be more powerful. And already being 130 means this content is not going to be difficult. Especially with new legendaries. That's more my point. Like, Lindral hasn't really had much upgrades as of late. And I just want to see Lindral get more powerful. You never know. Maybe at one point you could just generally be more powerful than them. And this isn't me, like, you know, bashing you for this. Ultimately, if it's not something you want to do at any one time and, you know, rather be the Witch King running around Bree, then more power to you. But I think for a while you were worried about Lindral's damage output and health, and there's kind of this very easy fix for that. Is more my point. And maybe Tarvelard being more powerful than Lindral will be the push that you need. I'm hoping Sutwarden, Sundergrow is easier though. We had a really easy time on Palpatine, but also that was with old legendaries, so technically we should be more powerful, but I think we have better gear. It was weird. I can't remember how I geared him up at 120. I definitely had all 120 gear though at that time. Whereas for this I'm less. So... Wow, that was rude. I mean, ultimately, you not doing content makes it easier for me to surpass you. Easy. But I don't care about that as much as, you know. Like, I'm not absolutely gonna hinder your progress and be like... I think generally when I find something out that will be beneficial to you, I do tell you. If I find something I'm like, oh, this is cool, I generally let you know as soon as.
Smell that?
Or try to. See, as I think, I mean, ultimately, I don't know, but it depends on what Ghost prefers as a playstyle. Like, spamming out instances may get you better gear, but I don't know if that's something that Ghost will enjoy, you know? And it's not necessarily about the difficulty of it, it's more, is that the content that you want to play? Compared to... Yeah, this is my point. So that's why I suggest, you know, story content where it is soloable and you don't have other people around. Yes, but that's not necessarily the point, right? That's... Because you have to understand, everybody thinks about it differently. I get where you're coming from, but, you know, that's not necessarily the issue. It's not... Because this is the thing, at least from my perspective, going from 120 gear, which is... This is what I'm saying. For Ghost, going from 120 gear to 130 gear is beneficial. At that point, you know, at some point, you are just pushing for that tiny little bit of incremental increase. Like, Ghost doing a tier 3 or tier 2 stairs or whatever you did with him ends up with him getting better gear, but you only get, like, what, 30 more agility? Ultimately, you know, that's not going to be the, you know, the difference between killing an enemy and not. Whereas I think having that decent upgrade from just casually playing the story would help. But again, it's I can't pretend I know how Ghost feels or plays or whatever, but I can make a somewhat educated guess based on the time I've been here. Because remember, we're all here for different experiences. Do these count as orcs? I'm not even going to try. And my also concern is when Gundabad comes out, 120 gear is going to be, I think, somewhat lacking. So it'd be nice to get a little bit closer. Or you just end up having like a massive upgrade at 140 after pushing through. That's also doable. Assuming there's a decent upgrade at 140. 131 rather. Is that done? We done? Cool. Can I not? Please? Thank you? Maybe? Possibly? What's the point? At that point, I've already got my health back. Thank you, game. After I did that thing with the attack, stuff went a lot better. What, the reorganizing your hopper thing? I mean, one thing about that is not only are the legendaries more powerful, but one disadvantage to Valar's, I think personally, was the gear they gave you, you know, or the legendaries rather they gave you. They sort of gave you a choice, but even the blue line one wasn't necessarily great for blue line. I don't think the red one, like even on champion, I had to change a couple of them around, because. I mean, I understand they don't want to give you, like, best in slot, but... What you've got is more tailored towards that build rather than kind of just, hey, here's what you've got. And then we just need to upgrade those slowly but surely. Maybe we can work on that as we go there. What, broken? Maybe. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Get out of there. Knowing me, I will get stuck somehow. But I just don't like the chatting. Okay, so when I did this originally, this took me ages. Because it took me, like, I feel like a minute per enemy up here. So let's see how quick we can get through this instance. Because hopefully it's a relatively quick one. Something about me today. I've been very bad at speaking. Which is difficult when your job is to speak. You know? I have blubbed my words quite frequently today. It's slowly getting on my nerves. Do you know what I think might have happened? Though, looking at Talveland, I think what happened is, like, I just got to 130. But before I got to 130, I deconstructed stuff. Like, I probably just had the shoulder pads. Like, I'll have these until 130, probably. And I just didn't think to put them on. For some reason. Or accidentally sold them, maybe? I don't know. That doesn't excuse the helmet, because that's 116. Unless I looked at it from a pure, like, stats perspective and was like, oh, but this one's 120 and this one's 116. I don't like it. I need to go to a barber at some point, because I think my least favorite thing about this character right now is the hair. Something about it I'm not a fan of. It kind of just feels like it's one thing. Which it is. But, I don't know. Maybe there's a better hairstyle. Oh, I actually have to continue. Didn't realize that. Yeah, it does feel like it's just plopped on. Elves should. And then I can have Palpatine with a beard. Parkour. Oh, this is fancy. So some battle gauntlets. You can craft those. I don't know why you'd want those, though. At level 50, maybe. Okay. Like, they're nice and all. But at level 50... like, you probably should already have your legendary, right? You know? It just feels weird. I can understand, oh, maybe you have this at level 50 to do your legendary thing, because it's a level 50 quest. But, I don't know. This feels a bit skewy. But that's more recipes I need to get. I wonder if I had Supreme Scroll cases, if they would still give that. Because that's a Supreme recipe. Wow, 17,000 experience. I didn't realize I get so much. Okay, yeah, these are certainly a lot quicker. For sure. Oh. Don't know how I did that. That was fun. Oh. Okay. A lot quicker. You need to apologize. For what? Why? What's my opinion on New World? Gonna be honest? I know zero about it. The only thing I knew about New World, and this might not even be New World, is that it was causing issues with like 3090s. I think that was New World. That's all I know. And I think level 60 is the level cap or something. Not because I have no interest in it. I just kind of haven't seen or heard anything. And haven't actively looked up anything. I don't know. Weird for me. Like, I know it exists, but it's just kind of weirdly in this orbit of stuff that I don't touch. Okay. I don't remember you saying this, Ghost. But okay. I won't like it. I don't know if I'll like it or not. I just don't have an opinion on it right now. For me, I don't know if this is the best way of putting it. I feel like for me, mentally right now, it's going to be very difficult for me to get into any other MMO. For me, I can just come back to... I can load up this game and I kind of have stuff to do, you know. And I've got that you know, I have stuff I'm like, oh, today I'd like to finish this, you know, that kind of stuff. Whereas it's like Final Fantasy 14 where I kind of like downloaded it and I just kind of like never got into it, and I feel like I just don't have the time currently to invest in it. I process taboo content really quickly. Are you talking about your previous message or something about in game? Taboo content. Yeah. Got nothing against New World. Oh, right, okay. It's like I said, nothing. Why is this texture bugging? This always happens. I am still convinced that nothing you can say to me will ever shock me. Just saying. Hey, how are we doing today?
It seems fortune is with us. The journey
Yeah,
was
I don't know.
uneventful. I commanded the establishment of a war.
I feel like if I stopped playing this game, maybe I'd play something else. But I also feel like I wouldn't, you know? Part of me thinks if I didn't play Lottery, I wouldn't play MMOs. Maybe I would. Maybe. But it would take a lot for me to drop this for like something completely different. Ooh, can I get those? I need a lot of them. I think the only other MMO, and in my head for some reason I don't even class it as MMO, even though it is, would be that I've like played concurrently with Lotro and kind of got invested in while playing both of them, is Old School RuneScape. And that I had to stop playing because honestly, it was taking over my life. Old School Mobile was just all I was doing.
Have you a moment?
Oh, well, that's fun. I don't think Leothred is in Hlithseld right now. So that's fun. Yeah. I've been tempted some days to go back.
What news do you bring?
And, I'm like, no, I have to stop myself.
Long live King Thorin. Long live Durin Stonehelmson.
If you ever just don't hear from me for like 2 weeks, it's probably because I've picked up
Long
Old School
live
again.
King Thorin. Long live Durin Stonehelmson.
That's not even... That's like... You know. It's not even a joke. Why would anybody help dwarves? For the XP. Only for the XP. Enter the war camp of Anak Kurfu. Still never going to say that. That is the last time and only time I'm ever going to say it. You'll notice I do this thing, and I'm going to call myself out now, where I, when I don't want to say a word, because I think I'm going to say it wrong, I will just skip over it. If there's like a name, let's say it's a dwarf, and I don't want to know, or don't know how to pronounce it, I will just say, like, you know, blah, 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 blah. Oh, he wants us to go. Yeah. I'm calling myself out for this. I don't know if you'll ever notice, but I do it subconsciously. Actually, no, I do it actively. I will think about it. I will go, oh, I don't know how to say it. I'm just going to say they.
So, you made it.
I think I played Black Desert Online. I can't remember. I played an MMO, and I think it was Black Desert Online. But also, I don't know if it was. I think I played Black Desert Online. I think I enjoyed myself for the start of it, and then I just kind of fell off. If that makes sense. Like, I played it for like 2 or so days. I think also it was during lockdown, so I was just like trying to do more. I think if I had purely through lockdown only played this game, I would have gotten burnt out on it eventually. Because it would have been like, I don't know, however many hours a day. Like, and I probably would have burnt myself on it eventually. So I didn't want to do that. So I didn't. So I was kind of trying to play more stuff, and I think I was I saw something about it. I don't know. I think it was alright. I just kind of fell off from playing it. I didn't really care much after that. It's like, as I said, Final Fantasy 14. I've got it installed, but it's one of those things where to play Final Fantasy 14, I've got to like go find out where the launcher is or whatever, and I've got to like launch it up. Or I could just press Lotro in my taskbar and load up the game. Out of those two, I'm just going to click my taskbar. Like, that's Loop Hero when. I want to play more Loop Hero. I do. The 2 games I want to play more of, and I really don't know why I don't play more of, is Loop Hero and Hades. I legitimately, when I first got Hades, played it for like 3-4 days straight. That was it.
Can I ask you a question?
Let us appraise them. Get appraised. Get also appraised. I know. The only other, I guess, MMO that I sort of, it's weird. I think to myself, I'm like, I want to go back and play this MMO, and I'm like, I really want to play this, and then I download it, and then by the time it's downloaded, I don't want to play it anymore. And that's Terra. I just like the aiming in Terra, like how, because I was like the hunter class or whatever, ranger, whatever it's called, and I really like that kind of, you know, aiming thing where I physically have to aim the bow. I don't know about like anything deep into Terra. I've only played very early content, but yeah, because I originally played it with a group, and we all played the like. It's weird to say it because we talked about this before. We all played like the tiny cat girl things, and it was just a big group of those, and we just sort of like went through areas just as a big like swarm. Was basically the point. Just funny at the time. I just liked the like flipping back and stuff. I don't know. Mechanically, I think it was fun. I just think it wasn't something that grabbed my attention. I'm not sure if I'd like Lotro to be like that. That'd be something I'd have to think about. Probably not, because that'd be a very fundamental... Why? Why'd you have to give me wrong stuff? I don't want Cry of the Hunter. I think it's trying to tell me something. It's trying to make me cry as a hunter. Where's my deconstructy thingy? There it is. Found it. Cool. I haven't really had anybody say anything. It's kind of like I've had nothing bad said to me about playing Lottery, but I've had nothing said positive. Like most people don't know it's a thing, and I'm just like, oh, it's a Lord of the Rings MMO, and I was like, and that's like it. Like a friend of mine at work plays ESO. And I can, we talk about like expansions, like, oh, this expansion coming out. I was like, yeah, I've seen adverts for that. I was like, you won't have seen adverts for this game because they don't do adverts. But yeah, stuff like that's fun. It's nice talking about upcoming content. What server? This is we're on Evernight for this one. Dislikes deeds. I think the slight problem is that deeds are like you can get away without doing deeds, but you'll suffer. I guess less so now with missions, right? You can do missions and technically not get deeds done because it's just virtual experience. It'll be slower significantly, but it is technically doable. Why do you have to do deeds? Virtual experience. You don't have to, but your, stats will slightly suffer at endgame. Just because of your... That's not the button I'm looking for. This one. Oh, yeah. Class deeds are a pain. I still haven't done those. But yeah, I'm getting all this. And these aren't that high. I need to get them up to 75, which is a thing I'm going to push for. But, yeah. Just extra stats. So, sort of one of those why not kind of issues. All kind of things. Are these both? Oh, I hate when... I changed this to white, didn't I not? Didn't I not? Well done, me. I just feel like these could be better to see. Cool. Silk Road Online. I don't even want to ask.
I heard you would fight alongside us to reclaim Gundabad.
I kind of get weird with the, not necessarily the tab targeting, but occasionally I change my back and my tab key around because I get annoyed sometimes about the way it works. Because tab is like next enemy, whereas backspace is closest enemy, right? Is it? Yeah. Sometimes I just want the closest. Because I've had it where I'm in a fight and you've got a ranged enemy over here, but I want to be attacking this guy. And I tab, and I'm attacking this guy over here, and this guy's just like wailing on me, and I'm dead. I'm like, oh, wow. Oh, do I have to... I don't like this mission. I keep calling missions. They're quests. Missions are a different thing. A strange encounter. Does that lead me to the bodies? Or... No, okay. Yeah. I swear tab is going to be the key that dies on my keyboard the first. I just kind of passively press tab every so often. Just to, just in case. Ban M, maybe. Well, yeah. That's champion in a nutshell, is it not, for the minute? That's why it's nice having, I think I've chosen some, like, nice classes to have at high levels, because they're all, like, powerful still, but different-ish, right? So they're still got enough variety. Because if I want to have, you know, AoE, I've got my my champion. I have a little bit of AoE on here as well now. And then I just go to my hunter if I want, like, a bit more pure single target. Just get 2 legendaries. Why not? Double the farming. Everybody will be happier. I've actually got 2, as I said. I've not actually reforged it yet, though. Because I'm going to go wait till 1:30 and, like, farm it properly. And I also want to sort out names. I guess I can't do names for these now. Which is kind of sad. Because at least on the old system, you could just rename them from here, right? But I guess if I wait till 1:31... Yeah, so at least for mine, it's more single target, and then AoE, it's like, depending on what you're doing. If you're doing, like, a boss, you know, or a raid or something, the idea would be, you know, single target stuff. Can people even see names? I mean, if they inspect you, yeah. It's more so I know. Would be the idea. I mean, like, let's inspect this person, for example. Okay. Yeah, Scallet's Vengeance. For example. They're still using their old legendaries, which is peculiar. Or over here. Still using their first legendaries. They're maxed out legendaries. But interesting. But you kind of have to go out your way to see it, don't you? Really wish they'd update the servers. Maybe go from 16 to 32-bit or something. Yeah. Really do an SSG like that. So we're not too far off, I don't think, from end game content. Like, I don't know. Chapter 4.1, plans of attack. Like, how much... Okay, so for context, I can kind of use my videos as a context. If you look up chapter 4.1, plans of attack, my video comes up, which is fun. Which means that was 493, which means it's 6 episodes off from being the very end of the thing. So, and I delayed that. I went slow on purpose. Because I wanted to get to 600. But, there is 4.1 up to 4.9, and then we're done. Which is going to prove to you guys how easy this content is to finish. Wonder what the best weapons for blue champ? I mean, just imagine having bracing attack. I assume on the blue champ, right? Is that something about the one that increases... What is it, the 3% morale one? I wonder if it would increase that. Right, I need to double check when I get these things. Oh, this is gonna be alright. So, if I remember correctly, Palpatine was 125 when we came through here. Because these guys were red, I think. And I was having trouble with them. So, hopefully we're fine. As is. Like, pure damage-wise will be more than we were at the time, but... I don't remember the name of that attack, though. Otherwise, I just look it up in Nightmare Treasury. Good thing as well for potions is I should have quite a ton on Reneborn, so I can kind of... That's what I mean, right? About the whole having thing. Come on. Merciful shot. Cool. Wait, what? How do I still have poison arrow on me? What's going on? Thank you. I don't know if I'll get to a point with this where I'm like actually using like wound potions and, you know, fear ones and stuff like that, but or poison and stuff like that, but because I think this does a majority of it and it's only a 5-second cooldown, so probably not a huge deal. It's a lot of extra clicks that I'm after gonna get in. Well, Filical is 2 million, right? 2 million morale. I'm pretty sure. Quests of Elder Slaves? So many. I kind of want to go do Filical with this character. And see what the drops are like. Oh no, wait a minute. Wait, which one's Filical and which one's Moor? The Vile Moor is the like tentacly one, so right? So Filical's the turtle. I didn't realize it was a 12-man.
Hasta went forth to discover the meaning of the strange happenings which occurred but weeks
Oh yeah,
before.
yeah, yeah. I'm just
Not
curious
returned,
on
and his companions are becoming
drops
worried
at
that
this point.
something may have happened to him.
Yeah, I got confused about the 12-man. Bit of it. I wonder if I can... I shouldn't be able to one-shot it, but I should be able to get half its morale down in one shot. At least at 130. I think right now, not so much. I think I've done 1.1 million damage with this thing at 130. Oh, you can't even do that? Well, that just sucks. Okay, well... Need to get Sanguinate. So sad. I'm pretty sure I'm quicker than my champion at the minute, but I could be wrong. Okay, no, this last little bit. I will blame the last little bit on lag, though, considering. There we go. What do we get from said mossy chest? Really? Really? Wow. Okay. Fine, that's fine. I got a silver setting of will. I'm gonna chuck these. I'm sure I could technically make use of it, but I don't care. Javelin of Filical. And I get a first age burglar's sword. Nice. Nice. So I didn't get any thingies. That's sad. Guess maybe you just gotta be lucky. Oh yeah, I forgot the, is the Curator out now or is it tomorrow? I can't remember. I kind of want to hold on to it, but it's useless. So I'm gonna chuck it. Feels weird throwing away a first stage, but... I didn't pick up the thing. Oh, of course I didn't. I mean, they did say expect not everything to be changed, but it's slightly funny. How many of these do I have? I'm curious. I don't have them in there. I have 9. I'm gonna need 15, I think, for the pocket item, if I remember correctly. So that's gonna be fun. Let's make sure we pick up as many as possible. for that. Because we don't need any for the title now. So that's fun. It is purely, I think, for the pocket item. Is all I'm going to need it for. So that's 15. Yeah, I would do more, but I don't like more. I don't like the waiting. I'm pretty sure that did. How do I check? Well, how do you check raid locks again? Isn't it here? Yeah. That didn't group raid locks. I'm not quite sure. But can you do that on tier 2? There is no tiers for that one. Bracelet of the Eagle Eye.
I need you to scout the camps nearer to Gundabad now.
Gundabad. Right. Oh yeah. More of these. Don't know how many I have now, but we'll do more and then just... I'm assuming I've got 12? Okay. Good thing I checked. During a viewing? A viewing of what? I'm confused, Ghost. But if funny when I talk a message out of context. Oh, right. Oh, right, a view. I thought you meant like at the cinema. I was like, that's a bit extreme. But to each their own, I guess. I think I did kind of know that. I don't know how I know that, though. Yeah. Quite a jump in terms of instances. Yeah, these guys are a bit of a pain. Might put down this. We're close to 127 though. That's fun. The good thing is just the higher damage or the higher number we get in terms of, you know, like the higher level we are, the less the deflecting there is, right? Imagine having that at a cinema. I'm sure there are people who have done that, Ghost. What'd I get? Crit rating? Maybe. If I don't want to go all out on essences, just some landscape, like drop ones. Yeah. So there needs to be like a list of what drops traceries, and then which of those then scale, and then which of those, you know. It would be nice if something like Moor or Filical did drop them, because then it would be nice to have some like, I don't know, level 51s from that. Considering there is that such jump, like that 30 level jump, it's not like they need to drop level 58 ones. These guys are going to hit me hard, and I don't like that. I disagree. Not a fan. Got to be very careful. Though I'm doing a lot better than when we came through on original Tarbella, so less painful. Wait, well, I didn't start that quest. Am I full on quests? No. Huh, why did I not? Curious. There was clearly a quest ring above that character, or that enemy. It's funny to think though, if it took us like 6 episodes, right, to go from 4.1 to 4.9, technically. It's funny to think how much content, like we're able to get done in a stream compared to a video. Like, if I'm doing 6 hours, and let's say I was doing at most a 30-minute episode, that's 12 episodes worth of content done in one night. I mean, fair. As I said, I feel like I briefly have heard about what you're talking about. I don't remember why. It's been a random thing that I just came across. Not really. Thing is, it has a purpose, right? Right. So, should I do enemies of the threshold? It's an 18, like, kill 18 enemies. I guess we just want to get as much done, right? So... I'm a little uncomfortable about my health amount, but... Toolkit slot XP disabler. I mean, that sounds like better than what we currently have. My only concern would be, like, Feyrand, for example, is my Minas Ithil prospector. So, would I need another prospector if I wanted to try and, you know, craft? Because if I wanted to craft, I'd gain experience, right? It's better than what we have now. Like, I'd still take it over what we have now. The ghost thing? You're the ghost. But I assume you mean the housing decoration thing. Yeah. What about it? Is it just, did I remember it? Because the answer is yes. You can't find it? Let's have a look. True, unless they change it to be, you know, like swap over. Depends how it's implemented. I think there is a map, but I might already have it, as in I think I bought it beforehand. I do need to have a look, though. When does the festival end? I haven't done any of it. I did, like, one day of the festival. It's 3rd of November. Okay. I got time. Because the issue is, I haven't been on the free-to-play in a while because, like, my next progress is by Moria, which I can't do because it's 99 at the minute, and I don't want to do 99 Lotro points for the expansion because, first off, you know, it's going to be outdated in less than a month, and also, or by the time the video even comes out. And secondly, you know, I want Runekeeper, and I want Warden, and I want the 2 classes, or there's the class slots, whatever. Oh, God, I didn't mean to do that. Always wanted to try the game out, but never got around to it. Looks great. Yeah, I think it looks good for how old it is. You got to realize it's like nearly 15 years old, which is old. Like, yeah. So I think it still holds up well, like all things considered. Right. First thing I need to make sure I do, by the way, is I need to pick up this Stablemaster. I mean, if that ever goes through. You know, there's not, to my knowledge, been an actual full confirmation of a graphical update happening, other than the investors meeting, which you need to take with a grain of salt, ultimately. It was mentioned? Okay, cool. I haven't actually watched the stream, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, if it's been mentioned, fair enough. That means I can stop having to go through the whole life story of the thing every time. Because I feel like when people mention it, I have to, like, explain it, like, step by step. To be like, it was an investors meeting, you know, it's not been confirmed, you know, Cordovan didn't even know about it, which I don't know if that says much. But they didn't know if it was a leak or not, or if it was legit, or, like you know, so. There's this whole uncertainty about it, so it'd be nice if it's actually confirmed. Let's try and find more of these goblin sappers. And then we also need to get these loose rocks. Also, these indigo leaves. How many are we on? 14, 15. This is our 15th. Perfect. Still pick up a couple. I think there's potential use. The wiki page for the Elder Slade supply packs is pretty lacking. But at the very least, we know that we can buy yeah, we don't need titles anymore, so that's 5, 10 that we don't have to do. So we just need the pocket item, which is 15. We no longer need the relics either, so that's another 5 or 10, I think. And yeah. Assembling a team, both internal and external, for graphics update. Nice. Glad to hear. As long as it's not like, you know, drastically different in the sake of they completely change, you know, style, you know, I think it should be good. Mojo, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated there. UI scaling update. That'll be nice. It's not something that personally affects me too much, but I'm still glad it's coming because I know plenty of people that have issues with that. So good to hear that something's finally being done about it. Then I'll finally have an excuse to buy that 8K screen and just play Lotro in 8K. I know it probably wouldn't, but would a graphics update allow them to maybe update the engine somewhat? Right? I'm not sure how this would work. 2FA will be very nice. That'll be fun. I will set that up definitely as soon as. Sounds like some good things then. I should try and keep up with this stuff a bit more, but I'm very bad at keeping up with stuff like this. But yeah, I wonder if a graphics update would facilitate not necessarily engine, but allow the game to take better advantage of a GPU, because I don't really think Lotro Lotro's mostly CPU, right? I tried the Reddit. I ain't even done that. If I'm clicking in this game, I'm using 20-30% of my GPU, you know? And sure, I don't want to be using 100% constantly, but it would be nice to maybe pump out a few extra frames here and there. Let's see if we can kill these guys as well without us dying. Let's hope. We might go late tonight as well. I'm not working tomorrow, so I don't have anywhere to be. I'm not working an hour early or whatever like I was this morning. So what I might do is I don't know, try and get ourselves through the maybe through the main story today, and then tomorrow be just pure leveling. I'm playing without mods. I'm playing with some plugins. I don't really have too many installed. The most prominent one you'll see right now is going to be Buff Bars, which is there, which is nice. I don't pay attention to it all that much, not gonna lie. It's just nice to kind of have. And this down here. Other than that, this is a plugin for the travel window. Otherwise, you either have to have them all here or search, which is a bit of a pain. I like just having them here. This is a plugin which allows me to see all my alts, which is nice. So I can see, Renaborn, and I can look at his gear, and I can look at his stats and see what I'm capped on and what I'm this, that, the other. I guess D-Tracker. I don't really use D-Tracker anymore. It's just kind of there passively. Item Treasury allows me to look at items. Oh, and as we all know, the most important plugin, which I don't have installed, well, I do have installed, but I haven't got loaded, is Auras. I do like Auras. I think it works better for me on Runekeeper. I feel like it's more useful on thingy. No, this is just vanilla in terms of graphics. The only thing I've got is I'm using a different UI than the base UI. The base UI does look a little different, which is this. And then the map will fill up your whole screen compared to this. That is the only sort of visual difference, is that I'm just using my preferred skin. Hobgoblins don't count as sad. I do like auras, I just need to adjust my stuff. I need to move buff bars, I think, out of the way. Maybe. I mean... Why do I do this sneaky thingy? Let's just kill it. Introspect as well. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, if you have any more questions, sort of generally, just feel free to ask as well. Nocturnal Right as well. Thank you very much. Are these the right ones? It's awkward what counts and what doesn't. Defeat Gorgar's forces, right? Okay, so he's Gorgar's forces. This one isn't. You are, and you are, but the sentry isn't. Like, the sentry makes sense, right? I don't know. The sentry's not going to be part of another, unless he's... I don't understand this game. How much longer till Gundabad? It is 10th, right? Wednesday the 10th, so 2.5 weeks, right? So 2 weeks from now is the 7th. So 2 weeks, 3 days. So that's why we're trying to gear up this guy before then. So we've just kind of got something going on. Oh, good news about that. I don't know if I mentioned it on stream. I may have sort of vaguely. But I have officially booked off the whole week. So I have booked off from the 8th until the 14th. Technically, I've booked off the 8th to the 12th, but I've got the 8th to the 14th off. So I've got a whole week where, you know, not working. And we'll have, you know, streams every night. Probably still regular time, like, time streams. Like, length and stuff, but, we'll have that nice consistency back for at least a week. You want food so bad, but you're not hungry? I actually had food at work today for once. I was quite surprised. Person in the kitchen thought it was earlier than it was. Like, me and him finished at 5. So he, but it was 4 o'clock, or like 10 to 4 or something. So he thought we were finishing soon. So he made us some burgers, which were quite nice. Nice big cheeseburger. And, yeah, it was quite nice. Because they were different. They were, like, different ones that we had. So I didn't know if I'd like them. But I was like, oh, I'll try them. It was just nice. If we want to talk about nice detail, you'll see my my bow is glowing. But it'll only glow... I think if I kill this guy, it should stop glowing, right? So my bow is glowing. Kill this guy. I think my bow should stop glowing, right? Is it not? But it's Orc's Bane. Is this just generally Orcs? Well, okay. There goes my cool thing. There we go. Now it stops glowing. Because there's no Orcs nearby. I like that, though. I used to have it on my sword. But then, I think it looks better on the bow. And also more noticeable. Not that I need to, like, notice there's an enemy nearby. But... yeah, I do like the arrows impaling. Quite nice. Little extra little thing that they kind of could very easily get away without doing. I noticed it too late. It's my bad. Well, we did it to get back here quicker. That's my story. I'm sticking with it. Don't know where I'm at. I only need to kill one more. That's just annoying. I think we go there in an instance anyway, so it's fine. Would that work in PvP against stealth orcs? What, the arrow? I would assume the stealth would get rid of the arrow. I'm not sure, actually. Never thought about it. I feel like I've seen an orc, like an invisible orc with an arrow. But I wouldn't have, Oh, right. Oh. I also don't know the answer to that. I would... Like, PvMP, it depends on how they class it, right? Because they probably have classed a player separately than an NPC, right? So it's probably like NPC orc, you know? It's looking for like NPC orc. And if it doesn't see NPC orc, it won't glow. And if it does, it will glow. And then it's probably like player orc for a player character, you know? Or a monster player. But it is something that, I don't know, maybe it's worth looking into at some point. I'm sure someone's already found out. But, you know. I guess we'll find out someday. I mean, you could find out with a stealthed orc. Like, if we know there's somewhere where a stealthed orc is. Because it works with goblins as well, right? And on the mission where you've got to go to get the Goblin King's treasure or whatever, there is a stealthed orc, or a stealth goblin. So, would that work, maybe? Yeah, goblins can. And goblins in the game are orc kind, which is what this is searching for, I'm assuming. So there is a mission in which you can tell, but you kind of have to wait for it to be on rotation. Annoyingly, it was in rotation yesterday. So that's kind of annoying. But again, player-wise, I'm not sure. But I'm assuming, like, if it didn't work for a stealthed NPC, like enemy, I would assume it wouldn't work for a player. Okay, cool.
We're out of time. An army of orcs has emerged from
So, what do we get from that? We got a essence and a enhancement box. So we've already got 4 essences ready to go. It's just a aura. So Orc's Bane was Mordor. I don't know if it was the ultimate or the collector's bundle. Dead City was Minas Morgul, and this one was Gundabad. So I don't think you can get this in-game unless you bought Mordor. So, just an unfortunate extra thing. I want more of them. There exist in-game a lot of them, right? There's like Drake's Bane and stuff like that. Or not Drake's Bane. Or, is it Drake's Bane? Yeah, Ancient Evil's Bane, Beast Bane, Death's Bane, Dragon's Bane, Giant's Bane, Insects, Nature's, Orcs, Trolls, Wraiths, and, well, Dead City. And I guess the Fateful Thunderous one. But I don't think you can get them. You could get them on Bullroarer, if I remember correctly. But
the War of Three Peaks is
the War of Three Peaks is upon us. Okay. So we are on 4.4, so that is halfway through.
Forward,
Oh, I need to not die here. That'd be annoying. I'm worried this is where our gear eventually gives out. Potentially, but... See, this is interesting. Okay. Am I getting Orc's Bane because of these guys? Or these guys? Like, there are some NPC ones that you cannot, like, physically do anything with. So I wonder if they count. I shouldn't use Heartseeker. I need to use Heartseeker on the boss. We might level up soon, though. 127 was kind of our goal, which leaves 3 levels to go. No, it looks like NPC ones like this do not count. Like, that have no... Did my arrows just fall down? That's fun. So, in terms of this character, the idea was more, we want to just get him to 130 as soon as possible. And the idea is we need to mix him, or get him to the point where Tarvelard from Arkenstone was. So this is my original Tarvelard. He's got 162k health, and this is his gear. And this is as close as we're going to get. Like, this is what we're going to get, and then we're going to upgrade from there. I should not die here. I do otherwise like to go through and do the deeds. Like, if I go to Breland, I haven't done Wildwoods, but I've done everything else. I've done all the Shire on this, which is, like, a lot from me. Like, completing the full Shire. You know, Pies. I haven't done Sana on here yet. Lone Lands fully completed. North Downs fully completed. Troll Shores, I've started. Misty Mountains I've started. Like, I have been going through periodically. It's just I haven't gone through for a while. But I should, because after I'm 130, I'm going to be focusing on my deeds and trying to get all the main 5, potentially 6 if I go for loyalty, up to 75. And then the rest will just be like some physical mastery. Because I used to do that every 50 videos. I would go through a region, was the idea, and just complete the entire region's deeds and stuff. It's just a lot easier when you're at 130 just to do that then. And just kill stuff quicker. Yeah, should... Oh, wait, actually, no, it's 1,000,000 experience. Okay, maybe not. I was about to say we should level up from this quest, but... We're only getting, like, how much experience? 300k? Only 300k. Imagine. So disappointing. Let's just get him sorted. Heartseeker! Insta-kill. Near enough. Insta-kill. Less likely an insta-kill. Oh, he deflected it? That's just rude. Honestly, having press onwards has been really useful. Especially considering I'm using like 115 gear at some points here. Okay. So 4.4 completed. We'll go back for those in a little bit because they, you know, once we're 126 or 127, they should be easier to kill. So that'll be fun. And we just need to make sure we pick up the right one. So it should be the Glittering Earring of Zarkul Sulun. Agility, Vitality, Crit, Finesse. Pretty much everything we want, just better. There's like a 19,000 increase in crit. It's insane.
Speak not so to me.
Cool. So this is actually the quest where Tarvelard originally got to level 130. A little bit of a knowledge there. Obviously, the advantage we have on original Tarvelard is that because I only did so little content a day, I would generally get my VIP boost for the day, and then I'd use it up. So all the experience I'd gain for that day was double XP. So basically, in the same level of content, I actually leveled up quicker because everything was basically doubled without me putting in the extra effort. This character, less so. That's not really happening. So it's the only disadvantage I think to this character in terms of just pure experience, which is why this character leveled up just overall quicker. I think I should go out this way and try and complete these two as well as this one. Because it makes sense. I get more rep. I get copper coins, which is going to be very important for us. And, yeah. All good. We'll also try and pick up stuff like Fangs of War, for example, you know. Because we have, well, 500,000 experience to go. We want to try and get as many quests quests are going to be... I haven't got enough slots. Wait, what? Okay. Let's delete that quest. Who needs that quest? A Dawnless Day. That was what we skipped. Because we were, like, over-leveled for it. If I remember correctly. So this should complete... Yeah, 2 quests. And part of a deed. Which is also nice. I don't actually have enough slots. Let's get rid of the introduction, the waste, and that thing. Except these are never going to disappear now. So these are always here. So we've got to accept them now. And that's going to be really annoying. Let's get rid of, like, pesky bugs, woodfolk of Arheim, mission to the Goblin Town, these. We'll need to do them eventually, I think. For the weeklies, but because we're missing out on technically just a bunch of Ithalon shards there. Again, why you do this to me? Yeah, I was at 4,000 health. That's just rude. These guys give me like 20k though a piece, so not too far off. Okay, cool. And then these guys are strong. I am picking kind of difficult enemies also. But yeah. The good thing though is because we've got like 2 weeks where we can just like get stuff done, I can actually go back and do some of those extra trade points. So we do want to get 95 is the plan. So I need to go through, I've done West Rohan, if I remember correctly. We just need to go do Old Anorian, but at 130 with like decent gear. Shouldn't be too bad. Would I handle to work as an embalmer? I'd embalm with my hand balm. I don't know. I was gonna make a joke somehow. Not very good at them though. I probably wouldn't be good at it. Not really a thing I'm gonna lie about and be like, yes, I'd be the most amazing embalmer. Oh, I was gonna say something about palms. I was gonna be embalming with my palming. My empalming. That was it. But my head went hands rather than palms. Which is technically correct. But yeah. Didn't quite go the way I planned. I love that skill. If only it actually did damage. Bring the Jelruka weapons to the weapon crate at the trench in the northwest. Let's go back. Like, these are quests that we just are going to pick up, like, natively. So, you know, we're going to just do it and we'll eventually finish them as we go. Because there's no point in not having a quest. It's going to increase our overall thing. You know? Because one more quest, and we should level up. Like, if this is it. Level 127.
Have you seen my father?
I mean, I'm not surprised. Feels like it would take a lot. I once went to a friend's house, and they did a bonfire. And my friend's sister actually lit it on fire with an arrow, which was pretty cool. That was my cool bonfire moment.
Ready yourself. They prepare for another assault.
I killed them. See, this is good. Like, you know, rather than me forcing myself to go out and kill all these guys, they're just gonna come to me. Yeah, you could feel the like sudden increase in heat. It was insane. No. I saw them build it, there was nobody in there. Except me, I was in there. All along. I'm not actually here. I've been a ghost all this time. How the tables have turned. Wow, I guess really laggy over here. 30 FPS. Damn. Okay, may as well take these ones out because I get the like benefits for it, but they do a majority of the damage. So why not? Pretending to work? Yeah. I actually stay home all day. That's all I do. And I... Yeah. When they're at work, then I play. So they work night shifts. Sometimes. So I play during the day shifts. When they do days. You just return one day and your character's just magically leveled up to 130. You're like, huh, who did that? It was a ghost. You've been haunted by the gamer ghost. Alright, where is a bossy? The bossy bossy. Okay, so this is Forces of Gundabad and halfway through Orc Slayer, so that's fun. Cool. And that is level 127. Perfect. Which means these guys should be a little bit easier to kill. Less deflecty, which is always fun. And then we just pick up another quest, which is do the same thing over again. More reputation. We love it. Yeah, I'm not that far off. I think, what was I, 162,000? We're about 30k, well, 25,000 morale off. And I'm confident that we can get 25k morale from just the gear upgrades we've got. So I think it should be pretty easy to outpace. I did see that. I did see that. Yeah, I think it should be relatively easy to out morale and out damage. Like, my physical mastery right now is higher than Tarvelad's. So Tarvelad had 220,000 physical mastery, I think. Yeah, 220,000. I'm at 308,000. 90,000 more. My finesse is lower, admittedly. My crit is higher. I'm at 222,622 on Tarvelad. And on Tarvelad, I'm at 310,939. It's really awkward having them the same name. Tactical mastery is increased because my will is increased because this is increased. But that's fine. And crit defense is even higher, surprisingly. And who am I being attacked by? Who slash what slash when? Yeah, I saw that and I was pleasantly surprised. Okay. Where's my epic quest? I think a lot of it is people, you know, people at the time sort of just hate on the actor. Because, I mean, like, Jar Jar Binks' actor was, like, terribly treated, right? After the fact. And then people just sort of grow up and realize I think it's less the actor, more the script / the direction they were given, you know, that kind of thing. Is it over here? Oh, that's really far away. How did I get this far in? Yikes. I'm gonna get rid of these quests so I don't get distracted. And we just do this. Because I like to, as I said, just kind of get... Whoa, what just happened? I'm sorry, what? I just kind of got wrecked there, not gonna lie. It's really annoying because now I've got to go all the way over there. That's fun. Peace and quiet. Yeah, tell me about it. That's 5% experience gain. That's at least something. Can you not, please? Thank you. Yeah, it's really kind of funny to see that I already have more, like, just pure damage, I guess, than Tarvelad. It's just funny to me to see. Now, morale, yes, I'm lacking, but the reason I'm less morale, I think, at the moment is, first off, I've got 130 gear on him and I don't on here. But secondly, a lot of that is also, I think, because of the choices I made, in some cases, to have more defensive gear.
Forcing us to give ground. This is not a defeat, but we need time to regroup.
So yeah. Have I got floating names off? I need to move that button. Cool. No, you're not allowed to be a two-headed troll. Now you, on the other hand, I'm okay with kind of attacking because I've got Zhelruka soldiers also attacking. Makes my life easy. What? Am I ignoring you again? Senata? Wait, are you logged in or something? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna die again. Why? Why is this in there? Why? Help me. I'm going crazy. Look to the left. Look to the left. On my alerts. What? You mean like Twitch alerts? Or what? Like... I have no clue what you're chatting about. Oh, right. I see. I only just... Yeah, I clocked it. Yeah, cool. The thing is, I subconsciously don't look at the badges. Right? I look at just the text. So I don't, like, necessarily see the badges, because I'm just trying to read what you've typed. I thought you were just trying to speak like Jar Jar Binks. And it doesn't come up on my alerts either, so. Yeah, when you said look to the left, I thought you meant, like, look to my left monitor, which is where chat is on my, like, in reference to me playing. Like, main monitor, chat is on the left. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I wanna die. Cool. Well, yeah, that's why I was confused. I was like, you want me to look at chat? Why? Where? Why? And how do you know chat's there? To be fair, I think I've shown. To be honest. No, I didn't mean to do that. No, 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 no. That's not what I meant to do. No. I don't want to die again. No. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to attack the other enemy. I'm gonna use it as an opportunity because I teleported closer, but I didn't mean to attack the other enemy. I meant to attack him. Grr. It's annoying. I'm gonna give him these for some tasks. That probably annoyed me then. The moment I saw I wasn't tabbed onto him, I was like, oh my god. End me. I don't have to ask for that because the game will do it for me. Not happy. Never been more upset, ever. Totally. Never been more upset. So this is the problem. I can take on like 2 or 3, like, yeah, I'm just gonna like die again. What is the point? I can't take on 3 enemies at the same time right now. I am just too undergeared. Game, please be nice. Just stop aggroing me. No, I should be fine. It's just when I've got like 3 like signature enemies against me, right? Because they're all like this red one. Like this guy has 500,000 morale. Like I can take that out one-on-one when I've got like 3 enemies attacking me at the same time. It just becomes a lot more annoying and difficult.
Did I hear you rightly? That trap
Find Imak outside Zarkul Zulun outside the War of 3 Peaks. I also ran out of morale pots, which is really not fun. And people sell them, but they're really expensive. I don't like that. So yeah, well, let's not do that. One thing I might start doing when we get back into properly playing as well, probably not too useful, but I have a ton of 5% attack boosts, and they last an hour a pop, which means if I were to do one, like, the whole stream with, like, plus 5%, that's 4 a stream, which is fine, ultimately, because I probably won't use 4. It'll probably be more like 3, or potentially even 1, and then I'll forget. But it means I can actually start using them again, because I've got 50. 50 is the max, and then I've got no use after that. Why is something aggroing me still? Stop aggroing me. Imak, what up?
These long should save their breath.
Why am I still in combat in a building? Why?
Are you looking for something?
More enhancement
He
rooms.
does like
Yay.
cities aflame, doesn't
Talk
he?
to Iwind near the Angmarin Tower. Who drained Palpatine or Sauron? Well, clearly, Palpatine is still alive in this situation. And Sauron is not in this world. So in this world, Palpatine. Palpatine, because he'll just come back into another clone like 20 years later. That'll be it. Chop off Sauron's finger. I think it depends, like, what Sauron. Right? Does that make sense? Like, Sauron, like, in a physical body, or Sauron is, like, the eye, you know, in the tower. Like... Physical Sauron with the ring. I don't really know. I could make something up and be like, the Force would guide him. If the ring made him invisible, the Force would guide him to where he is. You know, something like that. Because the Forces are very, like... They did it because the Force type thing, you know? The Force allowed them to see what could not be seen previously. Like, does Sauron have, like, a ranged attack, for example? Really? Like, does he? No. That I can think of. Just force choking. Or your lightsaber out. Palpatine would take the ring because he wants power. Then you get corrupted by it. Even more. Even the dark side would be like, nah, that's too much.
Yes, my friend, yes. This war will soon be ended.
Hey, it's some edible indigo leaves. Nice. So considering we've only got 2 more quests, basically, and then we are done with... Am I still in combat, which means I'm not healing? Oh, that's kind of annoying. Like I am healing, but I'm not, you know, very slowly whilst I'm still in combat. Because what's probably happening is a dwarf is attacking them and very slow. There we go. Yeah, we'll get these 2 remaining done. We'll probably complete this one, maybe this one as well, just naturally. And I think then we'll be finished for the night. So we're not running over by too much. Sort of standard for us to run over by a little bit anyway. And yeah. Emerald Wood. I wonder if I were to fight the, like, if I were to do missions, like War of Three Peaks missions, would that count? Counts for the deed.
Did you see that? What a beautiful sight.
Recover the twice stolen goblin bombs. Return here, you Gundabad goblin sneak. Let's try and kill him in one shot. 2 OP, not good story. It's not the right answer. She'd make a scary elf face when she, you know, Sam said something dumb. Sam would try and read out his poetry. But like, no, stop it. Stop it. Don't do that. Right, I need to get rid of these again. The idea was I just want them to come up as I kill, or not even show up in general. I mean, yeah. But would that not, like, attract attention from Sauron? Would that not be the whole, like, kind of point there? Is like, hey, Sauron senses Galadriel. It's going to put, like, a lot of notice on the Fellowship. And that's not really, like, a secret-ish thing anymore, you know? Right, let's go indoors. Hopefully get out of combat. Then out. And there's not just a random enemy. It's really weird when there's just like an enemy here behind the front lines. It just feels like, you know, what are you doing? Okay. If I do this, is it going to take me back to... It is. Nice. I mean, true, but isn't that like kind of what Aragorn would have done anyway? Because he's like distraction. And it's like mostly.
Victory is in hand!
Agility, vitality, finesse, yes.
One obstacle remains.
Enhancement runes. Well, true. That's actually something I might do, right? I mentioned I've got like a week off. I might actually just like use that as an opportunity because I'm not working to if we like stream regular times, just use that as an advantage or opportunity to watch the extended editions. Maybe just take that like Monday off. Watch them all back to back to back. Or do I watch it like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? The thing is, on Wednesday, we're going to possibly do 24-hour. Possibly. Not a guarantee, but a maybe. I think I'm doing that Sunday day, like, prior. So maybe I'll, like, not stream the Sunday night. Start watching it, like, early. And then I can then just maybe not do Monday. The thing is, if I've got 7 days off, I want to do 7 streams. Or at least 6. I want to do 7 regular streams. Or 5 plus a 24-hour. Because I don't think it's good for me to do like a 24-hour and then sleep and then do another 6-hour. Like do 30 hours in 2 days. Which is what I did before. I'm mostly being wrecked by this thing. The whatever it's called. The poison cloud. I'm surprised you've not said 168 hours, to be honest. Maybe you didn't think of that.
We're right on the threshold of victory, but my heart is...
Yeah, this is the thing I need to do as well. Not only for the Universal Solvent, but I think the better gear. Right. I'm going to do something really dumb, but I think it's worth it. Come on. This was on purpose. I feel like I had to state that before I died. Just to make sure that, you know, you're aware that I was aware. I think it's obvious what I did that for.
Did you hear the signal horns?
Right.
Let us follow after Durin.
The final quest. Are we ready? The final quest for the night. The final quest in the main story. I think technically Blood of Azog continues main story, right? Or is it go straight? I think it would. No, I think Blood of Azog is just something separate. But then it goes straight into... I think this thing. But we get a class trait point, which puts us up to 2, which means we can kind of push back into quick shot focus. And we have a level 121 legendary tracery. And then we'll,
I hear fighting just ahead. Let us press
be
on.
done for the evening. And with it being like 1:15. Wow, that sounds awesome. Yeah, we'll be done after this, and then tomorrow we'll have getting to level 130, sorry, as our like main goal for 6 hours, which means 6 hours, 2 levels, well, a level every 2 hours. Would be the kind of idea. Right. I might even try and farm up some double XP tomes to speed that up. And then we can, like, focus on gear. I might even get some of the Elder Slade supply packs. The funny thing is, the Elder Slade supply packs will be done by this character. So I'm going to be making those. Here, right? So, quest, these ones. I'm going to be making these ones. 15 of these. So... You want me to get there before 9 PM, so what, 3 hours into the stream? What if I start the stream early? Because the kind of problem is there's no main quest now. So, oh, I gotta push it open. Okay. This is a really easy quest. So what I'm gonna do as the final thing before the end is I'm gonna before the end of the stream I'm just gonna go to the barber in like Bree or something. I just wanna have a look. Well, that was rude.
No, we were so close. Our prize slips from our grasp once more. All is not lost, my prince.
So sad.
You are right, Commander. All is not lost.
I was so my
We'll
thing
take
was so
time
broken.
to regroup, tend to the wounded, and break through this cursed ice. But the day is won.
There we are.
Gundabad will be ours!
My head itched because my hair tickles. I cannot say that that's the thing I've had. Okay.
Cruel chance has brought freedom
Let's
for us
see.
out
What do we
here
get
to
from
rob
our
us of
121 tracery? Please be something good. Explosive arrow damage. Really? Seriously? You joking? That's just rude. So that's our second legendary, technically. We do have press onwards, cooldown, and heal, which was something at least. But because we're not blue line, less needed. Explosive arrow damage is just something that we don't care about. I don't even know where explosive arrow is. Isn't it here? Yeah, it's yellow line. It's really not something we're interested in. Now, I will chuck up this one, so that's fine. But yeah, it's really not. We don't care. I've never used explosive arrow, I think, ever. So that should maybe explain how little, like... I don't like this. I'm sad, disappointed, and my day is ruined. But we are done with the main story. There is Blood of Azog if we want to progress to that, which is a 130 thing anyway, so we'd have to wait. What did you miss? We've completed the main story. The next thing is Gundabad. See how easy it was? Took us not a lot of time. Yeah, so I think, if I remember correctly, I died inside because... So, okay. At the end of the last quest, you get a Tracery, level 121, Legendary. The highest rarity you can get. For a Tracery that goes on my weapon. This is good, because I want as high the rarity as possible. I have 12 different masteries on here, and we want to hopefully get one of these, so that we get that, like, you know, extra 5% rain of arrows damage, or whatever it is. We got explosive arrow damage, which is a skill in yellow line, which I will say I've never even used, because why would I at the moment? And therefore it is completely useless. So I'm upset because this is the one time we get a guaranteed legendary at the moment, and it was a thing we don't like. So yeah, sad times all around. So yeah, we're gonna be done for the evening. I think, you know, 20 past 12. Decent timing, especially considering what it took us. We were at 124 today, I think, starting. No, we're at 125 starting. So we gained 2 levels, 2 and a bit levels. That's fine. It does get harder as we go, obviously. We've completed the main story. And we have a pretty decent amount of gear ready to go to. So we've got the... It's funny, because we've got this. No, yeah, this one. And then immediately we go into here. And then we've got these gloves, which are better. Actually, technically not, but yes, because of the essence slots. And then we got this, which is not a thing. That I can get rid of now. New upgrade there. Upgrade there, upgrade there, upgrade there, upgrade there, upgrade there, upgrade there. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 upgrades. Pretty damn good. So that'll be fun. And then tomorrow, we might start early, as I said, and then maybe we'll do a couple of, like, you know, school runs and see what we can do there. We'll try and get stairs unlocked and see if we can do a stairs run. That'll be pretty interesting. And what I'm probably going to do is get myself crafting my gold chest plate ready to go as, like, straight away, rather than, you know, having it, you know, oh, we now need to suddenly craft it. But yeah, that's going to be it for now. Thank you all for coming along. Hope you enjoyed yourselves on the stream. Tomorrow, we're going to be starting and getting to 1:30. We might be starting a little bit earlier. We might be starting on time. We'll have to see. So, yeah. Bye-bye.